Hello everyone, Martin here, back with another Doomsday video. Today I am playing in the Legacy Showcase Challenge and bringing my deck of choice to the battlefield here. It's Grixis Doomsday with a green splash. You could really say it's blue-black Doomsday with two small color splashes for green and red. It's a list I have had some good times playing and some bad times playing, and I'm still sort of working out the kinks. It started out really well, and I've just run into a bit of a slump here, so I'm hoping to change things for myself. If you've been watching my videos, you know the gist of what's going on, but I'll just run through it here. We've got the cantrip package here. I'm counting predict this as cantrips. Then we've got the combo package here. We've got 14 disruption cards. Now you could argue that the Baleful Strix don't really belong here, but they disrupt in, one way or the other. But they might, you could argue that Strix should be over here by the cantrips. One main deck Pyroblast, because it's nice to have that one Haymaker counter spell in your slash removal spell in your main deck. I think when I played Bug and when I've seen Ethan Monkeys Can't Cry play Bug, this slot is like Abrupt Decay, so it's not really the same, but kind of like this deals with a Delver. It deals with like Leovold. You only have one, so it's mostly just another counter spell, I think, most of the time. But yeah, that's what I'm trying out. Got the mana ramp here, and I'm not even sure lines that I'm going to really categorize as mana ramp, to be honest. And then we've got 16 lands. We're on 5 dual lands and 3 basics and 8 fetches. There is some weird world where I would consider switching one of the basic islands for a 9th fetch land, but I'm not quite there yet. And then the sideboard plan, we can load up on blasts for the Delver matchup and the blue matchups. And I also like bringing in Cavern of Souls against... You know what? I didn't think I would want to bring them in against Delver, but I do, because the Cavern just makes it so much more of a thing to go for a early turn Doomsday with Days backup before, like, if they go like, let's say you go after sideboard, turn 1 cantrip, they go pass the turn, they go turn 1 cantrip, and then you go Doomsday with Days backup. It feels, almost. Of course, you can still lose, but then they have 0 pressure on you, and you can build a pile with that ends with a Cavern, and it's at that point it's basically only Stifle that can get you. But yeah, this is the sideboard. The Veils I'm a bit unsure of. We only really want the green splash for the Carpet of Flowers. That's the main reason for that. But I see that the tournament has started, so let's jump over. And I don't know this opponent. They have won the dice roll. I think this is a mulligan this hand. They keep their 7. I'm gonna mulligan. Yeah, this is much more like it. This is actually a turn 1 Doomsday, though that may or may not be advisable. I'm gonna keep, and I'm gonna ship the Duress, I think, just to be able to actually, like, if they go, say, turn 1 Plains Mother of Runes, I would like to be able to go turn 1 Doomsday. Preordain, huh? So this could be any number of things. I guess the prime candidate would be like Blue-Green Omnitel or Snoko. They bottom both of their cards. You know what? I think I am going to go for it here because we will be able to protect ourselves with force, and because we drew the basic island, we're pretty well set up. We can fetch basic swamp here, so we're wasteland proof, and we can go for a predict next turn. So I think that's what I'm going to do. It's a little bit of an all-in play. If they are a Days deck, then this play is a lot worse. If they're a Force of Will deck, then this play is probably, I think, justifiable. So yeah, if I get dazed, I'm going to be very bummed out, and I'm going to fight over it regardless, because this is, I'm sort of, you know, this is making my stand here. They have force, okay. Force, pitch, ponder. I'm going to force back, pitch, Baleful Strix. And hope they don't have a second force. And here, if we had the Cavern main deck, then this would just be, you know, the dream. But we don't, so... They didn't have a second force, they didn't have Daze. I don't think very many decks play, like, Spell Pierce right now. So I think, like, the biggest worry for us is that they untap and cantrip and find us another Force of Will or Force of Negation. Sadly, I don't think we can really play around any of it, because we need max mana. So we're going to make a pile that's Predict, and the Predict is going to cast Thassa. Sorry, is going to name Thassa, and then it's going to draw us Unearth and Edge of Autumn. And we're going to Edge of Autumn into a Lotus Petal. So we lose if they have another counterspell, but I don't think, like, there's going slow here. We could go for, like, some scenario where we get to a point where we have, like, counterspell backup or discard, but I don't think I like that, because that also gives them a lot of time to find, like, answers. So yeah, let's try this. Put a let's put Petal on the bottom. No, actually, let's not. Let's put Unearth on the bottom, because there's a world where we end up having Predict countered, in which case we might want to be able to get to the Petal faster to actually just cast Thassa and hope they don't have removal. So let's put Unearth on the bottom, then Petal, and then Edge, then Thassa, then Predict, and we pass. So we really don't know what we're up against here. They pitched Ponder, so we know they have Tropical Island, Force of Will, Preordain, and Ponder, so it could be Show and Tell, and it could also be, like, Snoko. Hopefully we'll know by what they do here on the next couple of turns. Oh, and they did have another cantrip, so that's kind of scary. But, I mean, we don't die to a Daze on the Predict. They shuffle, okay. But we would die to a Daze on Unearth. Is this Delver? No, okay, Brainstorms. Okay, so they are just, like, digging like mad. So them having Island now, I'm actually leaning towards this being Delver, to be honest. So if they found something, let's hope they use it now. But if it is Delver, then I would be very worried that they have the Bolt and giving us, like, yeah, okay, so they found Daze. Alright. So here's what, I hope that they tap out, or at least tap their red mana next turn. And, oh no, actually, never mind, we need to give them 2 more turns. We're going to draw the Thassa now. Yeah, so things are not looking too good now. Is this Arcanist? It's Brainstorm, okay. There's Yield Delver. So if they have... yeah, not looking good. I would just as well kind of assume that they have either Bolt or a Force of Will. We can play around the Bolt by giving them 1 more turn, but at this stage they have cast, like, a lot of cantrips. And they found their Daze. Question is if they found their, you know, if they found another Force of Will or Bolt. Let's see. They don't flip, then they just Brainstorm. So maybe they're just, like, sitting on... They probably felt like if they have a counterspell or a Bolt, they felt like they had to keep it in hand in case I did something this turn. So I think I am going to give them one more draw step to play around them having bolt. So at this point, they could go bolt us now, bolt us again, and then flip Delver and die. But at this point, they don't flip one more time. Okay, that's interesting. So we lose the Force of Will, basically, or like Force of Negation on our Lotus Petal. And we lose to double days. We don't lose to single days. Okay, let's start out by casting the Lotus Petal. Wow, if they like Force of Negation this, I'm going to be sad. But I mean, it's the correct play, right? If that's their hand. So I'm not sure, right? So here's the thing. I could play the Thassa now, and if they have a bolt and a counter spell, maybe they will not counter it and then bolt it. Whereas if I do it the other way around and edge first, drawing the last card, then they know not to that's not going to work for them. But I'm going to do this. This way we lose to Stifle, but we would lose to Stifle anyways. Like Stifle and a bolt. Jab the Force. Double days here also gets this spell snare. There's a days. Okay, I'll pay. They have the second, I guess the third days. Okay, it comes into play. Sweet. Do we get it here, or do they have Stifle? No, we just get it. Amazing. Alright. Alright, I just had my 4-year-old son come in here and poke me on the shoulder, so I had to say hi to him. Alright, excellent. So for sideboarding, we want both Cavern and Trop, and we want all the Pyroblasts, and we want the Carpets, and I don't think we want the Veils. So we will board out the Force of Will, and I will board out a Predict, and maybe 2 Preordains. That's usually what I end up doing. So going up to 18 lands, that's a little bit more than I've been going before the Green Splash. Before the Green Splash, I didn't have a duel in the sideboard, so I just brought in like Cavern of Souls. And now that we have the Trop, no, I think it's probably just fine going up lands. I think the risk of flooding out is outweighed by the benefits of not like getting choked on lands and actually having like being a little bit more wasteland proof that way. You could argue to bring out Thoughtseize. I mean, discard in general is pretty good versus Delver, I think. But Thoughtseize dealing us damage, and maybe Veil is just stronger. No, I think I'm gonna go with my instincts here and not bring in Veil. Veil also really wants us to pivot towards the like fetching out Trop early, where normally like we probably wouldn't until we had the Carpet. Okay, this is a interesting hand. I don't think I can get away from this hand. They mulligan to 6. It's very, very, very vulnerable to the Wasteland, to like Daze Wasteland or Pyroblast Wasteland or whatever, but this hand has a lot of good things going for it, and if we can like draw into some lands, that'd be really good. The turn 1 Delver, that's solid. Come on, land. Nope. So I think I'm actually going to Brainstorm now, as crazy as that sounds. It stops them from Pyroblasting it, and if... Ooh. Do we just go for it here? Do we... Okay, question. Do they Daze here if we don't? Like, do they... Sorry, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts here. Do they Daze here on the Brainstorm if they have it? Possibly. There's also a thing we can do. I think I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna play the Petal, and then I'm gonna play the Carpet of Flowers. That's what I'm gonna do. Oops, that was supposed to be green. And so they would probably Daze this if they had it. And they have it. Oh, yikes. Okay. So we just have to hope they don't Wasteland us here. If they do Wasteland us, I think I'm supposed to Edge of Autumn in response. They flip? They don't flip. Hopefully that doesn't mean they drew a Wasteland. Okay, no Wasteland. Second Delver? Okay, good. Good. It's not the second Delver. Oh, okay, so now we're going to draw the Ponder. And we're going to Ponder, and then hopefully hit a land, and then... Yeah, I don't know. They don't shuffle. Might also be that we're supposed to Brainstorm here, because it's better if we hit a fetch land, because then we can Ponder off that, but... If we had Brainstorm locked, I think this game is over. They have second Daze. They don't, but we have to shuffle this. I don't think taking Pyroblast to kill the Delver is good enough, because again, like we're too dead to Wasteland. Cavern of Souls is oddly not good enough. I don't know. Gosh. I mean, no, I don't think we play out the Cavern. Okay, that's good to know. So their hand is Pyroblast, no Wasteland, thankfully. On land. Okay. So part of me kind of wants to go for this Doomsday here. I think I am going to go for that. They have pondered once, and they have 3 unknown cards in hand. So I don't know what the odds are for them having force, but I don't think my situation is going to improve that much, and with them having the flip Delver, like the clock is quite vicious. So I feel like doing this, and we'll see if it pans out. Okay, it did not. So we will have to pass. And they have the Pyroblast for our 1 cantrip, which is kind of bad. So I would love to draw like a Baleful Strix here, or a Pyroblast. I guess Baleful Strix just gets blasted, but we'll probably put it in through the cavern, so at least we'll get a draw from it. But yeah, not looking too good here. This is a tough spot when they just have the lever flip and are able to leverage their counterspells twice against us. And in both cases, I lose 2 cards. Like, at least the second time around, it was a 2-for-2 trade. Okay, I'm gonna brainstorm here. And brick. So is this just it? I think this is just it, but we can't stop this. So basically, we have to hope that you know, we're going to draw our basic island, and then we're going to play the polluted delta and pass the turn, and we were going to hope that whatever happens on their turn, that we were going to draw like a Doomsday, and then the duress plus the Doomsday is going to be good enough. I think that's sort of our only hope. And it's a little bit of a tall order, but if they only, like, if they're the ponder they get here from the Dreadhorde, if they only draw into one relevant piece, or actually no, they have to draw into zero relevant pieces, because we're going to need to cast a blue spell, so we're going to need to duress their Pyroblast. So our deck needs to be very good to us, and theirs needs to be bad to them. Man, I think Dreadhorde Arcanist is like such a good card. So I guess hardly breaking news. They don't shuffle, so that could mean like I could see them being tempted by like a wasteland here or something. Okay, no, guess not. Okay, so we need to remember to fetch, and I guess we can get the Badlands. Okay, so I'm gonna duress them here, but next turn I'm gonna draw up to at least 3. And they could be sitting on Bolt. It doesn't matter if they're sitting on Bolt, and I like duress is not gonna help me now, if that's the case, I mean. So what do you have here? They're paying for costs. Yeah, I think that's probably the end of the line here, because they get to hide what they need to hide, and they get to cast another Brainstorm next turn. So I'm gonna see what they have, and then I'm just gonna concede, I think, to get on to the third game, because that LED was unfortunately quite the brick to draw. Okay, so they spell Pierce. Well, that's actually about as reasonable of a thing for us to happen as we could have hoped for. This means they might have Daze. Okay, they have Force, Ponder. Yeah, that means we are out. I don't think any collection, because they're going to draw their Pyroblast next turn, so that would mean they would have at the very least access to both Force and Pyroblast, and then there's no combination of card. There's no one card that I could draw that would get me out of that. So sometimes I really feel like boarding out LED, I gotta say, against like decks that have counterspells, because you only really want it, I'd say only, like most of the time, it's only good when you're not up against the blue deck. So is that actually a point right now? Should I board it out? Because it will always involve sacking the LED, right? So unless that's with like a cycler on the stack, then it's always sort of plays into a counterspell. The only time it doesn't is when you have Cavern of Souls in play and then cycle Edge into Thassa, and you need one of those 3 blue mana to cast the Thassa, but that seems like a stretch. So, like, I'm basically never going to go for the turn 1 kill in the blind here, because it just dies horribly to one of their 5 or 6 forces. So I'm actually going to do this. I might live to regret it. Alright, let's choose to be on the play. Hope for a good one. That is a good one. That is a very good one. So we're going to keep. The only thing is, if we want to do what I want to do, which is to go turn 2 Doomsday with Pyroblast backup, we probably need to not fetch and preordain here, because we want to fetch a wastable land. Having said that, I'm not sure that the Dark Ritual with Pyroblast is good enough. Like, ideally, we preordain hits us, like, shows us a daze. They mulligan to 6 though, so I think I'm actually okay taking that chance that they have the wasteland, because then our hand is still pretty strong, and then they won't be able to daze next turn. Okay, I guess we don't want these, right? Maybe take the Badlands as backup in case we do get wasted. Yeah, I don't hate that. Delver, okay. Okay, so this hand can now play around days. And the question is, do we want to like fetch, or do we want the fetch land to get to like shorten the pile, like by putting like an island in the pile? It means passing one more turn because we want to make the cavern our land drop for the turn, but I don't think we can with this hand reliably kill in one pass. So here's actually what I feel like doing. I'm gonna go like this, and hopefully this resolves. This is the card I am most worried about them picking a fight over, I think. So it's pretty clear they have, okay. So I guess gonna counter. Okay, so it's countered. So I did that to play around a potential daze. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw Pyroblast for my turn to kill the Delver, and then I'm going to play out the Delta. Then on the subsequent turn, I'm going to preordain and draw. Do a preordain. I guess I am going to try and preordain. This is all like it might switch off if they have Wasteland or whatever. But so let's say we draw Pyroblast, kill the Delver. Then we draw Edge of Autumn. Then we cast Preordain off Volcanic Island. Our land base right now is then Volcanic, Badlands, Delta. We tap Volcanic to cast Preordain. Hopefully that resolves. Our hand is Edge of Autumn. We draw the Street Wraith. We Wraith into the Thassa. We're going to be one card too many. So we don't need Street Wraith, but we need Cavern. And then Basic Island, is that it? But that's next turn already, so depending on what happens... No, we need... Yeah, no. Okay, let's just go through it here. We pass. We make the pile, Snow-Covered Island on the bottom, then Thassa, Cavern, Edge, Pyroblast. We draw Pyroblast, blast the Delver, cast Preordain off Volcanic, and draw Edge. Pass a turn. Then we draw Cavern, and then we Edge into Thassa, and then we fetch. That's the plan. Yeah, let's do that. Snow-Covered on the bottom, then Thassa, Cavern, Edge, Pyroblast. And we will have to prolong things for a turn if it turns out that they have a Wasteland, because then we won't be able to both Pyroblast and cast Preordain. And what did they pitch? They pitched a Delver. So here I would actually be very happy if they tapped out for Arcanist. But I guess that's pretty obviously not something that they are looking to do. They're pausing here on end step, which makes me think they might have Surgical Extraction. And I mean, Surgical Extraction would be a bummer, because then we don't have any agency. We lose the agency we just had. Oh, they don't flip the Delver. That's pretty huge. Hopefully it doesn't mean they drew Wasteland. Okay, no Wasteland. Perfect. This is looking pretty good. But let's see. So now the question is, do we Pyroblast first or Preordain first? I think we Preordain first. This means if they have both Pyroblast and Daze, it's a little bit bad, but I just think that the fact that Delver didn't flip means that we should be able to live through next turn. Edge of Autumn. Draw that, right? Yeah. So now we need to... So if I pass and they get their upkeep, they get the free Scry, right? So I think I need to do this on my turn. I'm just going to go to the end step. Alright, here goes nothing. Alright, cool. I think the only card that gets us here now is Stifle. Surgical doesn't do it. What are they considering? It's got to be Surgical, right? So if they Surgical us, we have to fetch before our draw step, because the only thing that would muck us up is if we draw the Snow-Covered Island that I put in the pile. Because that means we... I guess it doesn't mean that much, to be honest. No, actually, yeah, no, it does mean that. That ruins us, because then we can't both draw the Thassa and the Cavern. Remember, Cavern is the top card of our deck, and then there's Thassa. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna tap this for black. Sorry, for red, just to make them think we might have like Pyroblast. So hopefully this doesn't get stifled, and and the Thassa trigger doesn't get stifled. Okay, and then I'm gonna fetch and play the Cavern and a Merfolk. What you got? Sweet. All right, cool. Off to a good start. That is very, very nice. This is I think only the second time I actually start by winning round one of these challenges. I played like 3 or 4, and I've lost the first round a couple of times. So that's kind of annoying. So that's great. So how many matches are still? Can you see that? How many matches are still going on? Okay, 20. All right. That means I'm gonna just step out for a second. I'll edit probably, so you won't have too much dead time. So I'll be right back. All right, back with round number 2, and I've won the dice roll. That's fortunate. Choose to be on the play. This is a turn 2 Doomsday. I think I'm going to keep because I can play Tarn. It's very risky. We can't force pitching Thassa because then we can't win unless we plan to beat them with Strixes and Street Wraith. But I think this hand is operational, and if we're up against like a non-blue deck, then it's significantly better, I think. This is a hand that is fine to play around Chalice for 1. That is fine to play, well, I was going to say Trinisphere, but then we should have played out the pedal. Okay, so it's blue. Now I'm not so happy about this, but we shall see. Okay. I think I'm going to risk playing Underground Sea here, risk the Wasteland, because then next turn I'm going to go Doomsday with like days, built-in days protection. Okay, so they're not doing anything. I wonder what this is. Now I'm less keen to just, I think I'm going to pass one more time. I kind of want them to like pull the trigger, or maybe hope to get another blue card so I can go double force, because if they have like Veil and a counterspell, then we get wrecked. Okay. Okay, this is, I think, most certainly some kind of Snowco deck or blue-green Omni. So, like, hopefully, you know, what I would love here is for them to, like, tap out for Oko. Guess not. Sylvan, huh? Sylvan Library is a very good Magic card. But I think I'm not going to pick a fight here, because the risk of them having Veil, and yeah, okay. So I'm going to go for it here, and pretty big risk of them being able to beat me here, but we shall see. The Sylvan is going to draw them into a bunch of goodies. So if they have Force Veil, it's a tall order. I think we just have to fight it then and hope that Sylvan doesn't draw them more counter magic. But I'm not going to feel very good about that. Whereas if they let me have this, then I feel pretty good, right? Like, we can then draw Predict, and we can predict and draw like Daze and like Edge and Street Wraith and a pedal and all sorts of stuff, and just hopefully win, but we shall see. So I would love it if they like brainstormed here. I would really hate it if they go Veil. I would also hate it if they have like Pierce, or I guess even Flusterstorm would be like the worst. But we shall see. Also, just a fair warning. I should have said this at the top of the video, but in case I sometimes just shut up and don't speak, it's because I really want to concentrate and I really don't want to like time out and stuff. So this is a little bit a smidge higher stakes than the normal leagues I play, and I kind of want to see if I can do good. Okay, we get it. Excellent. Okay, so let's see here. Let's say we draw Predict. Hopefully they don't have like Predict or something, or some terrible way to mess with us here. So let's say we draw Predict. We draw, let's say we predict a Daze. Actually, you know what? We could predict Force of Will. We have 3 Force of Will in hand. They might look at our Exile pile and think that we're just not on Force of Will. Okay, so let's predict Force. Draw, let's say Street Wraith and Edge and Pyroblast. So no, Pyroblast is not going to work because we're going to be a mana short. So basically we need to pay 2 mana for Predict and pay 2 mana for Thassa's Oracle. That has to happen next turn. So maybe Pyroblast. So Pyroblast could either be Daze, just as like the next best thing we can do, or it could be Unearth in case somehow they manage to counter the Thassa. And then we just don't like cycle all the way through. I guess yeah, we could do that. Put Unearth on the bottom. Maybe, is that better? How much does Daze do? Like, yeah, I think Unearth, it kind of counts as a counterspell in a way, just with a turn's delay. Yeah, during that point they get to, you know, look at their Sylvan library, so it's pretty bad, but yeah, we'll see. So we put Predict on top, then Force of Will, then Street Wraith, Edge, Unearth. I think I like that. So Unearth on the bottom, then Edge, Street Wraith, Force of Will, Predict. Oops! Oh, my phone just clanked to the floor. So hopefully they don't have Wasteland, but I'm going to feel pretty confident that they don't. What else could, like, they could have Back to Basics, but if they do, it surprises me that they would have fetched the Trop. They could, like, scary cards here. They could play, like, Teferi would be really annoying because it would sort of force me into picking my stand, like making my stand here. But I guess, yeah, I don't know. It's not like Teferi is just like a 3 mana, like a Force of Will, you know, must Force of Will card. They could have like Leovold or Narset. I don't think Narset is that likely. Leovold could be. I guess it could still be Show and Tell, honestly. I'm not completely like, and actually, you know what? The Sylvan Library, I've seen Show and Tell decks run that. And so the thing, I don't know, what do we do if it's Show and Tell? I guess just try and counter the Show and Tell. Yeah, the thing is, I think if it's Snoko, I'm a bit surprised that I haven't seen like an Astrolabe or an Ice Fang Quaddle. But I guess like they made Sylvan Library when they... No, because like they went turn 2 pass with 2 mana open, right? And then I guess they brainstorm then. That's when, like, normally I think, I just always associate Snowcoat decks with, like, going turn 1 Astrolabe, and then turn 2 pass with Coatl mana up, and make the Coatl. Alright, they were really tanking on the Sylvan. No, they were not tanking. They are now looking at 2 extra cards. I don't know. They're just taking a little bit of time. So they take 8 and draw 2. That's fair. Astrolabe, okay. Fine. That's a mana tapped. I think that's good for me. They could be sitting on like multiple. They have to discard 2 cards. They didn't draw land. That's foreboding or kind of, you know, silly, depending on how you look at it. No, I mean, it's obviously not silly. If they're discarding like oak, yeah, okay, so it is Snowco. Okay, so it's not show and tell. All right, so here we go. We have to remember to tap the Badlands, or we won't be able to make blue. Let's see if they fight over this, and if we care. Okay, so we name Force of Will. So if they've looked at my pile now, they're going to know that I'm sitting. That there are 3 Force of Wills left in the deck. So I guess I play this. And we can cycle in response if we need to. Okay, so they have, what, Pyroblast? Okay, so I'm gonna force pitching Ponder. They're gonna Veil. I'm gonna force the Veil. And they're gonna force back. And I'm going to pray that they don't have like another force next turn, or somehow to remove my Thassa, like a cling to dust or something. But actually, you know what? With the amount of cards they've seen here, I'm actually getting to the point where I suspect they have another pitch counter. And, you know, so be it. Sylvan Library is a very good Magic card, especially against combo. Especially against combo that doesn't kill you on the same turn. So actually, I think Daze, if I had Daze as my last card, because I think they tapped out, right? They were tapped 1 mana from the Pyroblast, from the Astrolabe, then they tapped the other, the island through Arkham to make Pyroblast, and then they Veiled. So I think actually Daze would have gotten us there if they didn't have another pitch counter. Yeah, let's just try it. Hope for the best. Uh-oh. Is this Force of Negation? It looks like it. Yeah, okay. Too bad. Alright, so what do we want for the sideboard here? We want the Pyroblasts. We want the Cavern of Souls and the Trop, because we want probably all of these green cards. So we don't want the Baleful Strix. I don't think we want the discard spells. I gotta say, I don't think I want Lion's Diamond. And I think I'm okay cutting a couple of rituals and a petal, because we're bringing in the carpets to make the mana. Maybe I'm okay not having 18 lands. Maybe I'm supposed to have 17. So maybe I don't know if they could like. They probably don't have back to basics. They had a lot of dual. They had two. They showed us two duels. I'm trying to wonder if maybe I want um, like a dark ritual over an island. Yeah, I think so. Oh, sorry, that was a pedal. Think dark ritual. So what do we expect to come from them? They were on white, so it's entirely feasible that they have Deafening Silence, which is fairly hard to beat when they also have like pitch counter or like just counter magic. It's not impossible. We can hopefully get to a point where we'll sneak through Doomsday. That can definitely happen, just because they might not have Cavern of Souls on their radar. But yeah, Deafening Silence is not great. They might have like what's the name? The Oof. Collector Oof. But that's not the biggest issue, I don't think. Yeah, this is probably fine. Let's preordain here. Let's bottom the cavern, but let's draw the carpet. Man, Sylvan Library, I gotta say, I think I've mentioned it on my some of my videos before. That is like a card that really kills me a lot. This loss we just took was solely because of Sylvan Library. So if their turn 2 play had been the Coatl instead. Yeah, anyway. What's it saying? What's ifs and buts? Okay, I'm gonna play... so the thing is, would I fight over... Like, if they were to like, force this this carpet, would I, like, fight over it with a veil through a petal? Sort of. I think I would. Because I think carpet is really good. Carpet is going to generate so much mana, I would imagine. Okay. So, let's ponder. So I wonder if they got that that Force of Negation off of their last look on Sylvan. So, like, if I'd actually put the days there, I'll never know. Yeah, I would like to make a blue mana. So, yeah, I think I take this. We definitely don't want the Oracle. Actually, maybe no. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to take this. It's too much air. Like, this way, next turn, chances are we can, like, brainstorm into Doomsday, maybe. Okay. Sure. No, actually, let's not make mana yet. Let's play this Delta and cast Brainstorm first. Just, we might want to make black or whatever. Put back Cavern, put back Volcanic. Get Volcanic and Ponder. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw the Force of Will, and then I'm going to draw the Pyroblast. And then I'm going to predict on my turn. I'm going to predict the Lotus Petal. kind of hope they don't have like decay for this carpet. Although our mana is getting fairly developed, so it probably wouldn't be the end of the world. But like this carpet is what lets us cast Doomsday, you know. I'm just gonna say no here. I don't know, maybe that's stupid actually. Maybe I should just be using my mana. Okay, Quaddle. Maybe I should have just like made mana with carpet and then predicted on my turn and then put the two cards in the reverse order. I mean, what's the point of really waiting a turn? Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I think I should have just been more aggressive with this predict. Okay. All right. So I'm going to say yes here. I don't expect to be Doomsdaying on this turn. But I want to hold up Pyroblast and Veil. So if they Pyroblast this, that's probably the card I'm least happy to see. Yeah, and they are going to do that because then Veil doesn't cantrip. But if we don't fight here, we're just going to draw a pretty useless petal. I think I'm going to have to let this go. Okay. Sure. Doubling their clock here is not insignificant. You always have to factor in with Doomsday, you know. Okay, so what do you do here? You have something nasty. Oko. I think Oko is gonna have to eat a Pyroblast. I would love it if they force here. They have to respect the Veil, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play out the petal. I think. Actually, I'm not, because there's no world that I'm gonna hardcast a force. You know, losing 2 petals for that. The petal is worth more as like a Brainstorm card to put back with Brainstorm. Oh, they have so many cards. They have another Oko. We have to fight. We're not beating like 5 a turn. If Oko comes down, it's like a 5. It's a 3-turn clock, and I'm sort of sitting on nothing. So, you know. So if they Veil here, that's bad. Do I Veil in response and just hope to draw like one of my 3 remaining Pyroblasts? No. I keep my Veil. And I keep my Veil, and I hope that Veil next turn gets me. Like, I hope I draw like Brainstorm, and Brainstorm draws me Doomsday plus Predict, I guess. This is looking really bad, though. Yep, that was the game. At least, you know, it's looking very likely. At least they don't have lethal this turn, but it puts me against, you know, puts me to the sword, something awful. Come on, brainstorm. Nope. Alright, that was it. Swift punishment. I think this is a pretty decent matchup, despite just me getting completely wrecked here. I don't know if I was supposed to... I'll have to go back and look. From memory, I had Daze as the last card in the pile would have at least made them have that additional pitch counter, which they had the turn after. So who knows? That was maybe... I don't know if I was supposed to play like that. Play towards them tapping both of their lands. I just didn't see the Pyroblast on the radar. And I thought at most they would like be tapping for Veil. Alright. I'll be back. Alright, back for round number 3. And we've won the dice roll. And we will choose to be on the play. As you see, my clock has ticked down a bit. And that's because I just needed to tend to my son. I don't think this hand is good enough because I don't think it does anything, right? So we're going to mulligan. And we're going to keep this. And what do we bottom? Probably the Strix. So the question is, do we think they have Wasteland, right? Because if we go Delta, crack at C, cantrip, find another fetch land or black producing land, then we can go turn 2 Doomsday. We're going to keep this for sure, but yeah, I think it's the Strix. And yeah, I don't know. They are in the tank on their 6. Okay, they kept 6 as well. Okay, I think I'm gonna risk it with playing into Wasteland here. I'm going to preordain. I guess we bottom the Ponder and take the Duress. The next turn we can go Island and then Ponder and Duress, and then hopefully like Duress can clear the way for a turn 3 Doomsday. Hopefully that's good enough. Sliver Hive, okay, sure. Is this, well, yeah, whatever. Daze is a good pickup. I'm gonna duress them here. So we can choose nothing. What does this do? Alright, they have some lands and some slivers. What does this guy do? Whenever a pure permanent control becomes start a spell, really counter that spell. Yeah, okay, so this doesn't affect us. So this is like if they have If this said whenever you or a spell you control, then it's a different matter. Okay. So we could have Dark Ritual here. No, okay, we don't. I still think this works, right? Yeah, so let's go put the pedal on the bottom. And then draw the C and just pass. And then next turn we will make the Doomsday. That was the unclaimed territory. Sure. So if they have like Force of Will in this deck, we'll be able to nix that with Days here. Okay, so let's see. We're going to cast Preordain here and draw Force of Will, I think. Just means we have a chance to fight over something crazy, and it also means we can then next turn, if nothing crazy happens, we can then predict with Force backup. So draw Preordain into Force of Will, then draw Predict for the turn, Predict Thassa, draw Unearth, and see, unless we Daze, we'll have mana to cast the Unearth. So I suppose Unearth could, like, the last card could be a second Daze, right? That should be. Then all we have to do now is not, like, we lose to a Wasteland then, but I don't think this list plays Wasteland. And we just have to not Daze before we untap again. So we put Daze and Unearth on the bottom, then Thassa, then Predict, then Force. Yeah, I'm going to do this. Daze, Unearth, Thassa, Predict, Force. Top. Okay, so we just have to not. I think we got this. We just have to not like have them draw like having drawn 2 Force of Wills or something, or Daze, or like have lethal on us, or have Wasteland. So a few things, but I don't think they're very likely. Yeah, no Wasteland. That's good. Hopefully they can deal us lethal. So they can deal us 3 here, and then what is this hibernation? Pay 2 life, return it. Sure. So hopefully this only drops us to 6. Yeah. All right. Thassa. Oracle. Hopefully they don't have like some crazy sliver that exiles a creature in the graveyard. All right, so that was good. Game 1 went to us, and I'm just looking at the slivers list that this person has played, and it looks like they will have access to like 3 Force of Negation, and maybe stuff like Chalice or Canonist. So I think we want the Cavern. I think we want like the red cards to deal with creatures. I wonder if we want Pyroblast and Veil, and if so, how many? Veil probably not, right? But Pyroblast, I can see 2 Pyroblasts coming in to up us to 3. So that means we're bringing in 6 cards. I don't think we want, whoops, I don't think Baleful Strix works very well in this matchup. I would imagine that they will always be able to like just flood the board, and it's not going to be like with Delver where they have 1 thread. That means we can probably lose the Cabal Therapy. The discard seems decent against them, to be honest. Don't think they have Wasteland, so I think we can cut a basic island, seeing as we're bringing in the Cavern. So maybe that's actually a bit faulty logic, because the Cavern isn't really a land that can cast our spells. So with them being on up to 7 Force of Wills, I think maybe Lines at Diamond can take a hike. And I guess I'll cut a Predict. So what's our blue count here? 4 Force, 4 days, that's 8, 9 with the Predict, 13 Brainstorm, 17 Ponder, 21 Preordain, and then 22 with Thassa. So yeah, that's fine. I wonder, like, maybe you're supposed to, oh, okay, I'm not getting away from this hand, let me tell you that. I'm going to keep. And I sincerely hope they have a play on turn 1. Then they would need double Force. And I think the best draw for us is honestly probably like a fetch land. Or I guess a Force of Will to have as backup, but like a fetch land makes it so we don't need to resolve Preordain on the following turn. But maybe it's not such a big deal. I'm not sure. Okay, they are resolving their mulligans. We'll keep the 6, and let's go. Cavern of Souls, sure. Yes. So what does this do? First strike. Okay. That probably will not end up mattering. Okay, I drew the Force, but they have a Sliver, so like a Cavern of Souls, so it's not going to counter. So I think the way we lose here is if they have like a super aggressive hand, the last 4 cards. If they're able to like play 2 Slivers next turn, and then like kill us on the last turn before we beat them. Okay, so what do we want here? We could, so the Cavern of Souls play is a way to go, but another way to go is to like put a land on top and then draw that and then edge into Predict, and then we predict Thassa and we draw Unearth and a Lotus Petal, and that means we have like what do you call it? That means we have Force and probably Daze back up, because I think it's certainly likely they will tap out next turn for something. The other way to go is to put Street Wraith, Cavern of Souls, Thassa, and then both a fetch land and a fetchable land in the pile. That means next turn we draw the fetch land, and then we cast Preordain, drawing Street Wraith. And then on the next turn, again, we win. So that gives them basically this turn that they're getting now to attack us and then one more turn to attack us. I think I'm gonna build the predict pile. Okay, so the predict pile requires a land and a predict, and then Thassa, then unearth, and then petal. Now we're only going to be able to daze once, because we will need to sack the other land to Edge of Autumn. So yeah, let's do this. It also means we can't daze on their next turn. We have to wait because we need. No, actually, we could daze because we can just replay the land. Never mind. Yeah, but let's do this. Let's put let's make it petal, unearth, Thassa, predict, and underground sea. Well, let's pass. So if they go like Cavern of Souls human and then play some like a Thalia or a Canis, then it's kind of bad. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, we can't counter it, so it doesn't matter. We wouldn't be fighting over a predatory. Is it predatory? Predatory sliver. So you'd have to think they have something in their hand that they didn't just keep. Yeah, we have to fight over this. No, actually, hang on. That's what I said, right? We can't daze. I was wrong. Yeah, we can't daze because then we will have 0 lands. So I think I'm going to have to force here. And if they then force back, then I think we go like this, because then we will have double. No, we shouldn't have done that because we'll still only have like 1 daze available to us. Unless they daze unless they fight over the predict. No, never mind, because we have to sack the Edge of Autumn. So we have to hope. I mean, they have 2 cards in hand. They would have to have like double surgical, I guess, for them to win now. Or I guess surgical and mind break trap, or double mind break trap. Okay, we got it. Cool. All right. So 2-1. That's nice. I think the loss I took in round 2 pretty much means I'm going to have to win 4 on the bounce now. This one not counting this one. So I think pretty sure we play 7 rounds, right? Let me check. It might be that we're enough for it to be 8 rounds. 143 players, jeez. Is there a way to see that? Tournament structure. I guess there isn't. So if we're playing 8 rounds, then I think X2 is good enough. At least, yeah, no, I think X2 then should get you into top 8, right? Not sure, but I think so. But if we're playing 7 rounds, which I think we are, then probably X2 is not good enough. There might be like 1 X2 in the top 8, but I think that will be someone with better breakers than I'm able to get after having lost on round 2. So my opponent from round 2. I think you're supposed to. I think I never really understood how the tiebreaker system works. I was just always told that the later you take your losses, the better it is for you because it measures your opponent's match win percentage. And so, like, or something like it measures you based on the opponent you took your loss to. So if you lost to someone who, like, if you lost to someone on round one, and then they lost their next three matches and dropped, then they have a miserable match win rate, and then your breakers will be bad. Whereas if you lose in the last round to someone who has won their, 7 previous rounds or 6 previous rounds, then it counts in your favor. So, I mean, I think that's how it works, but that's not, I don't know exactly how it works, right? All right. I'm going to peace out now, and I'll be back with round number 4. All right. Back for round number 4. And we have lost the dice. The die roll. We're going to keep this pretty fine hand. Our opponent, I remember their name, and I think they usually play like Thalia decks. Okay. Mother of Runes. Right. So this means that Thalia, that we can't really do anything about Thalia coming down. So if they have Thalia, then they have Thalia. So the question is, do we play around a wasteland and not fetch, or fetch basic island to ponder? Or do we go for the turn 2 Doomsday off of Underground Sea? I think we do. I think we need like lands or dark rituals, so I'm going to shuffle this. Well, there's Force, but Force is not going to do a lot for us here if they drop a Thalia. There's a Wasteland. Bummer. Okay. Well, if we draw a Dark Ritual, we will win on the spot. So that's something. We don't. So I think I'm gonna drop the swamp here and duress them. So what do they have here that we care about? Oh, they have blue cards. Deputy of Detention and an exiled non-land permanent. Okay. And this dude, flying, lands on battle, target a spare, but okay, so that doesn't matter. So this is looking pretty good. What's this? Okay, we just hope for them to not like top deck a Thalia. And if they do top deck a Thalia, then we're not Doomsdaying next turn anyways, so I don't think we need to play out the pedal here, because if we play out the pedal, then and they then go like Revoker. Was it Siga something? Okay, sure. Oh, they know what's up now. Duress is the giveaway. They probably think we're on Ant. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a pile that beats that cannot beat Plow. At least I don't think it can. But I don't think we can make a predict pile here, because if they wasteland our Underground Sea, then we'll be sad. So let's see here. We have the LED already. So let's so their hand is 2 Horizon Canopies and the Deputy thing and an Unknown. I think it's this said exile permanent, non-land permanent, and opponent's control. Okay, so we're not going to play with the LED. I'm just wondering if they're going to tap out for this. If they do, then we can safely play, like not get into trouble with with what do you call it? With plow. But let's see here actually. Let's say we put Street Wraith on top, and then we put a land on top, like underneath the Street Wraith. So we Street Wraith into the land. We play the land. We brainstorm, drawing the last 3 cards of our deck, being Thassa, being Edge of Autumn, and being like Ponder, I guess, or Preordain. So let's just go through that. We make the pile Street Wraith, land, Thassa, and Edge, and then I don't think this last card is going to matter because I don't think we'll get to it. But let's see here. So if that's the case, then we will draw the Street Wraith for our turn, cycle Street Wraith to draw Island, play the Island, then cast Brainstorm, drawing Edge, Preordain, Thassa, put back Thassa and Preordain, Edge. Yeah, then we actually do beat Plow, right? So let's do that. So I guess Thassa, Edge, and Preordain were the bottom 3. Probably Preordain at the bottom, Thassa, then Edge, so that we can have a backup plan like that. So this beats a Wasteland. This beats Plow. This doesn't beat Thalia. So can this even? Okay, yeah. So now they can't Cavern into so Horizon Canopy into Plow because they don't have the white mana. So let's hope they don't have something nasty for us. Okay, so we're gonna cycle Street Wraith. We're going to play the land and Brainstorm. Put back Thassa and Preordain. We can even, like, we don't have to sack the fetch land, or sack the LED yet, so we can edge into the Preordain. It looks like they've F6'd. So now we just need to hold down Control to maintain priority after this Preordain. Do like this. And that should do it. Sweet. All right. So what do we want here? We want the Massacre for sure. We want the Abrade and the 2 Cratermen. Question is if we want like Cavern of Souls, as weird as that may sound. Like Cavern of Souls is great versus, or not great, but it has some text on it versus Chalice decks. I don't know if they might be running Chalice of the Void, but probably not. And if so, it's probably, yeah, no, I don't think so. So let's bring out the Strix, bring out the Pyroblast. And I'm not really loving discard versus them, especially Duress. So probably just go like this. This is where like I miss having the Esper build. The like Massacre is all well and good, but like they didn't have any planes last game, right? And the ability to board into like say like 3 to 4 Plowshares and 1 to 2 Terminus is just really strong. Yeah, no, well, let's submit this. feel like that's probably fine. Okay, this is a mulligan. They mulligan to 6 as well. Well, instant mulligan is... Yeah, this works. So let's bottom LED and Badlands. Or rather... no. Do we bottom the Predict instead? I think we're in the market for lands, to be honest. No, I think we bottom the... I don't know. So the thing is, like, we can... There's a chance we can build a pile that just actually passes the turn 4 times. Or 3 times at least. So we could just build a pile that was like the 2 basic islands, the Thassa, Edge of Autumn, and say Massacre. They could have stuff like Ghost Quarter then that gets us. So I don't know. But the Badlands doesn't help us in that respect. I'm just not sure the Predict does either. But yeah, I think we can go like this. And we're definitely going to turn 1 Doomsday. Hierarch. Okay. So maybe Massacre is not the shoe-in that I think it is. Like, they could just never drop a plains here. And in that case, Massacre is looking kind of embarrassing. Also, like, a Hierarch, we're going to drop to 10. Let's say they drop a Thalia. Thalia, then we get the turn we play an island. They get the turn. They like beat for 3. No, that's not too scary. Okay, let's see here. We need the Thassa. We need at least, no, not at least. We need 2 islands. Edge of Autumn and Massacre. Let's say we go like that. Then we're missing the Street Wraith. So let's say we draw... Let's say we draw Edge of... No, we draw a Snow-Covered Island now. We pass. Let's say they don't have a Thalia online, then we can, depending on whether or not we need it, we can then like predict on their turn naming Massacre, drawing into the rest of the pile. I think I'm going to try this. Maybe Edge is wrong. Maybe it should be Street Wraith, but I don't think so. I think... Yeah. Alright, so let's put, I guess, Thassa on the bottom. And then Island... Edge, Massacre, Snow-Covered Island. So it's Snow-Covered Island, Massacre, Snow-Covered Island, Edge. Or was it Edge, Snow-Covered Island? Shit, I forgot. Anyway, it's the Massacre we'll be predicting. Aether Vial, okay. Then Thalia, okay. So... what do we predict here? Or not predict, I mean, what do we therapy? What gets us? So next turn, we're definitely going to be massacring and passing. And then on the following turn, hopefully we can win. So I guess like Phyrexian Revoker naming Edge of Autumn somehow would be a thing. And we won't be playing into, what do you call it? We won't be playing into Mindbreak Trap because we won't be casting 3 spells. Surgical Extraction might muck us up, but I almost feel like they would have cast it now if they had it. Phyrexian Revoker. Is there any Hate Bear other than this that gets us? So, no, I don't. Oh yeah, never mind. I'm talking about out of my ass saying I'm going to be playing Massacre next turn. So let's just see here. So they untap now, and they beat us for 3, dropping us to 7. Then let's say they play another creature. Then we get the turn draw Massacre. Can't do anything because they don't play a Plains. Pass turn back. We're at 7. They can beat us for either 3 again, or it's unlikely they'd be able to beat us for the 7 there, right? I think I'm just going to name Revoker. Champion of the Parish. What does that do? Whenever a human enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter. Okay, so no, I think that's probably still not lethal. I mean, I hope so. Come on, draw Plains. Pretty please. Draw Plains and don't see the line. Don't see the Massacre. Yeah, makes sense. No! Okay, so let's see here. This beats for 3. The next turn, Mother Runes comes down, buffing Champion, making him a 2/2. So he attacks, Thalia attacks, that's 4. Mom attacks, that's 5. And then if they're able to play another 2 humans, then this guy is big enough to kill us. Hopefully they aren't. Oh, Massacre. Wouldn't have minded a Devastation Tide there, you know. Oops, did I just cancel out my stack? I'm not sure how I get that back. Okay, so they have 4 power right now. So let's say they are able to put in a Thalia and something else. Not a Thalia, I guess. Okay, beat us down to 2. So if they have Revoker now and they think about it, they should flash it in via the Vial and name Edge of Autumn, because they'll know I'll be at 2, so they know Street Wraith is off. So it feels like they might have a way to pump this guy that they're thinking about doing now before damage. Hopefully it's not for lethal. Okay, that should do it, right? No, hang on. What am I missing? No! Oh, I guess... Yeah, I miscalculated here. That was silly. So we lose, right? Yeah, we lose because the next card is Thassa. And then it's no, it's a land, right? And then it's Thassa. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what I was thinking. Basically talking crap for the last 5 minutes. So that's not so good. We will have to come back stronger. Yeah, I don't think I changed anything here. Oh, that was loose. That was very loose of me. That was just an incorrect built pile, right? Because I was thinking that they might. I mean, it was pretty obvious that they could, you know, potentially drop a Thalia. But yeah. Anyways. All right. Yeah, this is pretty good. So let's keep this. Question then becomes, do we play around the wasteland or don't we? I mean, surely they don't have wasteland every game, right? All right, I'm gonna play Badlands here because I would rather have the Underground Sea next turn if Badlands gets wastelanded. They mulligan to 6, by the way. We're not punished by, I don't think we're punished by not having days. The only dazeable turn 1 play from them is Deafening Silence that I'm aware of anyways. So let's see here. Let's say we make it a predict pile, hoping they don't have the wasteland. And then we predict Thassa. And we draw, where is it? Oh, I have the Unearth. Okay, so we draw like, I guess, Snow-Covered Island, Edge of Autumn, Lotus Petal. So if we get wastelanded, then we will draw the predict and be sad. Then we'll draw the Thassa and also be sad. Meanwhile, we will have cast Ponder off of Underground Sea. And eventually we'll have to just, then we'll likely lose. I'm not going to kid you. With this pile will likely lose to a wasteland. But we'll likely beat everything else because it's pretty likely they will, if they don't have wasteland, they'll tap out. Even if they have like surgical or mindbreak trap, I guess. Is there a way to get around this? Like, let's say we don't. Let's try not to pigeonhole ourselves into the predict line. Let's say we draw, instead of drawing predict, we draw basic island and play that. And then, but then the problem is if they don't wasteland us, then we probably won't be able to. Yeah, actually, let's see about this. Say we draw basic island. So right now we pass, they play something. We, if they waste us, then they waste us. Then we draw the basic island, play that, and then we give them another turn. They play something, and then we draw predict, play Underground Sea, predict Thassa, draw Petal, and Petal and Edge, I guess. Then at the edge, it doesn't really matter. But then if they don't wasteland us, let's say they go turn 1 Mom, then we draw basic island, we play basic island, then if they wasteland us there, then it's the same deal. If they don't wasteland us, but they tab out for something, we can hard cast Daze, then we draw predict, then we predict Thassa, drawing the Petal and the Edge. But in that case, then Edge shouldn't be Edge. Edge should be like another There's somehow we want Massacre there? Maybe. So yeah, let's just walk through it here. So we put Island on top, then Predict, then Thassa, then Petal Massacre. And yeah, I think somehow I feel like I might just walk myself into losing here. Yeah, because now I hate myself because that loses to double Wasteland, right? No, only no, actually it does. It loses very neatly to double Wasteland. Let's put Massacre and Petal on the bottom. Then Thassa, Predict, and Snow-Covered Island. I don't feel good about this. I feel like I just talked myself somehow out of a win. They have the wasteland. Okay. So we're not supposed to ponder here. Now I think we're looking pretty good to win. And I guess we don't lose to the double wasteland as I was fearing. Okay. So this should be it, right? We draw predict. We predict Thassa, drawing Massacre, and the Petal, and we unearth with Days back up. So we lose to like double Surgical, or double Mindbreak Trap, or some combination of that. All right, we just got there. Sweet. Wow. After some wobbly play on in game 2, and maybe even here on game 3, it's good news for our hero. We got there. So we're 3-1, which is nice. And plenty of time for the next round, so I think I'm going to run to the restroom, and I'll see you back for round number 5, I guess. Alright, so round number 5, and I'm up against someone I know a little bit, Lynn Chalice. Lynn has revealed a Urion, so that could mean Urion like Snowco Urion, or it could mean Death and Taxes Urion, but I think it's Snowco, because I think that like Lynn kind of plays those decks. I almost feel like keeping this, right? Because between our draw step and the Street Wraith, we're on the draw, by the way. It feels pretty likely that we would be able to draw like one of our 19, I guess 17, because Island and Volcanic Island won't help us. But like the other 14 lands and the 3 petals, and then go turn 1 Doomsday. But if we whiff, like we're less than 50% to hit that, so I'm gonna mulligan. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm gonna mulligan this as well. Jeez. Okay, gonna keep. Bottom the Thassa, bottom the I guess bottom the Days, that way we can go turn 1 Duress and Dark Ritual Doomsday. Yeah. So for mull to 5, that's not the worst, but yeah, it will depend on what we're up against. Underground Sea go. Scary. At least they aren't going to veil us. So hopefully we won't get stifled here. We're gonna have to fetch, I think, Underground Sea. And so now the question is, do we Thoughtseize or Duress? Right? So do we think that our life total will matter? And what creature would we care about out of them? I guess like Snapcaster Mage, but Snapcaster won't be online for a little bit. I think I'm going to... I'm going to Thoughtseize. It would be different if they had a turn 1 creature. So if we get like Spell Pierced here, okay, we don't. Okay, this is pretty promising. So we can take the Force of Will. We could get cheeky and take the Baleful Strix, but we're not going to do that. So we take Force of Will, and then unless they draw into another force, we can draw a Brainstorm next turn and win. Off. So, question is if... actually, you know what? That's only partially true, because there's a world where they like draw Assassin's Trophy, or sorry, not draw Assassin's Trophy, but like draw a land that produces green mana. They would have to draw lands, but that gives them a few more outs, right? That gives them the out of drawing force. They probably have 5 forces in their deck. 4 now, I guess. Although, no, they're on 80 cards, so they would... Yeah, okay, yeah, the math kind of loses me here, but... So what happens if they take our Assassin's... our Underground Sea here? Let's say we... So we draw Brainstorm. And then we Brainstorm into Thassa, LED Edge. So I guess if that happens, we can make the last card a oh no, hang on. Now we're getting into all sorts of trouble here. So how about if we make a predict pile and we just pass twice, but get to duress them in between? No, then the Assassin's Trophy almost certainly comes online. I think I'm gonna Doomsday here. So they could cling to dust here and hope to like draw into a force. I'm pretty sure they're going to do that. Okay. So I think we need to be able to have a plan B here. So let's say that we were to like draw Brainstorm, then draw Snow-Covered Island, then we don't shuffle off of the... No, actually we do. No, we don't. Right. So let's say Snow-Covered Island, then the last 3 cards are like Edge, and LED, and Thassa. So that way, if they Assassin's Trophy us on this coming turn, then we have to... Then it's not so good, right? If they don't Assassin's Trophy us, then we get to duress them. And if they then Assassin's Trophy, then it doesn't matter. So let's just walk through it here. We draw Brainstorm, then we draw Snow-Covered Island. We cast... Then if we want to do that, we have to keep the duress in hand. Oh man, I'm getting into all sorts of trouble here. I still think this probably is where I want to be at. So let's put Thassa, LED, and Edge, and then go like this. Yeah. I don't feel so good about this pile now. And I don't think we can afford, if they trophy us here, I don't think we can afford to take the island out, because pretty much drawing anything other than the Brainstorm is like really bad. And they found, yeah, they found a land. Okay. So their hand is 3 cards we don't know about. There's a swamp. Don't have Leovold. Okay. So now they have 3 cards we don't know about. Yikes. We just have to hope that none of them are Force of Will or Force of Negation. I guess Force of Will, because I don't think, unless they negate this Lion's Diamond, they could have Lightning Bolt, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, we can't play around everything. Hopefully they don't have like Red Blast. Sweet. All right. So they are everything but white, I guess. And what does that mean? And how much discard should I expect to face? I think it's pretty safe that they aren't in Wasteland, so I think I can board in some, like I can afford to be on green. And I probably want to be on red too, because they will likely have nasty stuff like Narset and Leovold. I don't want the Baleful Strix. I can possibly afford to cut a land, although they could be on something nasty like Back to Basics or something, but probably not though with Grove of the Burn Willows. Let's cut Therapy. Like the discard was pretty neat here, but they are certainly going to be on Veil. I think we can cut some Dark Rituals now that we are bringing in Carpet of Flowers, and we can cut a Petal on the same account. Probably I'll cut like a couple of Dazes, because they'll be on the play and they will likely be making all of their land drops. Maybe something like this. We're going to try this. What's our blue count? It's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, and then Thassa. So that's good enough. All right. By the way, I looked it up, and we are enough players that this is 8 rounds. So I'm not exactly sure how that works out in terms of like, in terms of like, what do you call it? Having like the record you need to top 8. All right, I think this is a keep, right? The Unearth is a little bit weak, but we have Doomsday, and we have Force of Will. And they keep 7. Sure. So I think I'm going to not ponder, because I think if I draw a fetch land or like any black source, I'll be able to Doomsday with Force and Daze backup. Okay, that didn't happen. And here it's awkward, right? Because I think it's always better to have a fetch land when you're pondering to crack if like 1 good, 2 bad cards, that kind of deal. But at the same time, one of our really like high payout cards to draw into is Carpet of Flowers, which I would then be able to play if I fetch before But seeing as Trop is my only fetchable green source, I still think I like doing like this. Playing carpet next turn is not the worst if we were to find a carpet. If they have red blast here, ooh, humma 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 humma. This is good. Okay, so gonna draw the pyroblast. Gonna play out the petal here. We run the risk of them like decaying the petal or something, but I think I'm okay with that trade, to be honest. I guess maybe not actually. Come to think of it, yeah, no, I would much rather have them decay our petal than our carpet of flowers. And this way I can pyroblast off the petal if I need to, if I absolutely need to, without losing the carpet next turn. So if they have 3 islands when they pass the turn to us, then we might actually be able to win on our next turn here, but that's a big if. So is carpet on their radar? That's annoying. Come on, another island. No! Okay, well, that was disappointing. And the astrolabe means they probably don't need to play another island ever again, but I still think this carpet is pretty good. And it might be good enough for them to fight over, I'm not sure. Okay. So our next draw is Underground Sea, which I think, I'm fine with drawing that, and then, depending on where we are next turn, I'll draw it and do something. What's this? Snapcaster Brainstorm, sure. I'm not going to fight over that. Not even today's. And yeah, if for some reason I need to fight with Pyroblast this like on their turn now, then it's also probably fine that I don't draw the Underground Sea. I'm not sure how good having the extra, like the 1 extra mana of carpet is. Like if they don't play another land, another island, that is. Okay, is this Leovold? So yeah. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to Pyroblast him, and then they're likely going to Veil, and then we're going to Daze, and then if they have more, then we have Force of Will as well. So that means missing out on the thing. On the Underground Sea, but that's probably fine. Because I don't want to give them the card. I could let this enter the battlefield, and then Veil no longer protects it, but... They might not Veil here. Like, if they have Force and Veil, chances are they're going to force to sort of keep up the Veil for more value, but I think it still works out the same. It means we have to pitch Force on their Force, and then Daze Veil. Okay. Force pitch Baleful Strix. I'm going to force pitch Ponder and hope they don't have another force pitch something. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I wonder what that means. Like, would you not fight more over this? So I think I'm gonna Doomsday. Doomsday drops me to 8. And this is off of the assumption they don't have another way to fight over this. If they do, then it's pretty bad. We lose the pedal, but at this point, I'm not sure how much that matters. And we're representing Vale, I guess, so... So it feels like they have something, right? Just a question of what. Got it. At least it's a 2 for 2. Hopefully their last card isn't like a bomb. Okay, gonna shuffle that. Okay, we'll see. So do they get like forest here, I guess? If they go like back to basics, I'm gonna cry. Surely the oh no, I should have dazed actually. Oh, that was bad. That was bad of me. Because the chances of me like getting something out of this daze now is pretty low. So if you're them and you... Uh-oh. DAC? Sure. Can't really do much about that. It means passing with Doomsday is kind of iffy because they can target us. So what have they been here? Another DAC and an island. No, let's not use it yet. I don't hate drawing the predict and then getting some card advantage out of this, like, next turn. But it means, like, possibly playing suboptimally off the ponder. So let's draw the underground sea. And we can actually predict now, which I like. They'll need to have Pyroblast, and we can daze that if they do. That was good. Let's hope that we can still take this. So they cling to dust our Pyroblast. So that just cycles it. That's fine. We have to be mindful that they can like escape this with if we ever get Thassa's Oracle into the graveyard, but hopefully we don't. So I guess they go up with DAC. That's pretty good. We have to factor for them having another pitch counter now, I think, or Flusterstorm or whatever, once they take this guy up. Having said that, they are like on an 80 card deck. Okay, so they put Urion into their hand. I guess that's also kind of cool with DAC. Like, if you don't want the Urion, it's like an extra... It is just pay 3 mana, draw a card, I guess. I'm not sure how good that is. Well, no, I take that back. It is when it's like a free card. In the sense that, you know, you don't lose a card to do that. You wouldn't... Okay, so they do like that, sure. So I guess, let's say no. Preordain. So I guess I don't hate drawing the Delta here and playing it and then passing and then drawing the Force next turn. So they get another forest, or they're going to give me an island. Or I guess like they get a bayou. Hopefully they get an island. Yeah, they do. Okay, I guess they're looking at our land situation and just thinking, well, this is Quaddle. Petty theft. Do we daze here? I think we daze. First of all, I worry that daze is not going to like get more valuable as the game goes on. And secondly, like, yeah, this is now making 2 mana each turn, which is really good. So they have this to flash in, right? Why is this in the graveyard? I don't understand how this works. Okay, so it's in the graveyard, but then you just also have the ability to play it. Anyways, they choose not to shuffle. They have 1 card and in their hand, and they are tapped out. Have they activated their deck yet? They haven't, right? So let's say we draw the Force of Will. How well off are we waiting 1 more turn? They only have 1 card in hand though, right? I'm not sure whether or not to trigger this now, or... So let's say we triggered for black, and then we tap, what, Badlands for black? And then we... Did I board out the LED? I did not. So let's say we cast Doomsday, and then we have to cast Force of Will. Seems pretty obvious that they would be sitting on a plus, like on a Force of Will. And the thing is, if I do this now, wait, what does Dak do when they get 6? I think, yeah, Dak doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, it lets them filter, but they're never going up on cards. My guess is if we just pass now, they're either going to flash in the Brazen Borrower, or they're going to escape the Cling to Dust. So if we force, that's what I was getting at. Let's say we force, we will have access to 3 mana. We can then, and Doomsday happens, we can cycle Unearth into Brainstorm. But then we only have, because we only have 1 mana, and that's not good enough. And we'll be in lethal range for their Brazen Borrower. But that's if they, like, if they have Force and they tap out, they can't flash in the Borrower. So actually, maybe that's fine. And then it's a question of... This is draw 2, discard 2, right? So we won't have, like, trouble. You know, actually, I think I like this line. I think I'm going to do it. So let's get an underground sea. Let's say yes. Let's make black black. And let's cast this. And so do we need the blue more or need to represent red blast? I think we represent red blast. They could have Notion Thief. I mean, if they're playing DAC. But Notion Thief will also take them off of Brazen Borrower. Drown in the Lock. This unfortunately doesn't take them off Brazen Borrower. So I think I'm supposed to either like cycle Unearth or cast Brainstorm. So if I cast Brainstorm, then I need to find blue card plus Veil or blue card plus Pyroblast. I guess not actually. I guess I could then put Unearth in and draw like days, like cycle draw days. I think I'm gonna Brainstorm. So I guess this just gets countered, and then we have to hope that they don't get to another counterspell, right? I think we'd dump this Force of Will. And we play this island. Maybe that was dumb. Maybe I wasn't supposed to play the island. No, I think it's fine. Okay, they have one card. Hopefully it's not Force of Will. Or hopefully, what have they been? They've been Plague Engineer and Misty Rainforest. Okay, well, here we go. Going to go like this. No! Oh man. So we can't even, like, we could cycle Unearth and then cycle Edge of Autumn. Because we know Unearth has the Pyroblast. Oh, sorry, the Force of Will. And Edge of Autumn can now hit Veil or Pyroblast or a blue card. So I think that's probably fine. No! Okay. Can't do it. And now the clock is actually becoming a factor here. I've wasted so much time talking, so this looks like we're losing this game. And if that's the case, then it would be nice to have, you know, enough time for game number 3. I think probably I'm going to board out the carpets. Like, them having to respect them kind of is probably good enough. Okay. Bummer. If that had been last turn, hey. Okay, I guess they were gonna flash in the guy. I mean, they can do that, right? Am I missing something? They played Petty Theft and I countered it. So now they're escaping Cling. Yeah, they're exiling Unearth. How did they get to 4 cards? Cling draws 1, right? Never mind. Alright, I'm going to concede so I have enough time for game number 3. It's looking pretty grim. And I think this is probably a fine matchup, right? So let's bring back in Dark Ritual. I kind of want the chance to go early Dark Ritual. So bring in 2 Dark Rituals and the Petal. Bring out 2 Carpets. And bring out Lineside Diamond. I don't think I want Lineside Diamond. As of my discussion during the, round 1, I think, against Delver, they have enough counter spells for LED to not really be attractive. And the reasoning is, like, with LED, you're either, like... No, not like, it means you can't really get to disruption, and you won't get to keep disruption, most importantly. Okay. Come on, good one. Yeah, that's probably fine. Like, this is fine because Brainstorm can get rid of one of those Doomsday bricks, hopefully. So I'm going to ponder on turn 1, and hopefully what I really want to see is like a Dark Ritual and some sort of counterspell. I see neither. Question if this is probably good enough. So let's go like this. It means we can't predict stuff, but that's fine. I think the Badlands is okay. It's an okay pickup in the sense that it makes black, black, black. Oh, they mulligan to 6? Cool. Yeah, bringing in Carpet was probably just too loose against them because they already showed me the Grove. And maybe they showed me the Bayou as well, but Bayou makes sense. But hopefully this makes them, like, knowing that there can be Carpets makes them sort of fetch around. So I don't think I Thoughtseize here because they could have Veil. So hopefully I don't get, like, Brainstorm locked here. I do. That's not so good. Let's put Predict and Brainstorm and play Badlands and say go. What I would really not like for them to have is some sort of hateful permanent, like on turn 2. Okay, you can exile that Brainstorm. So do we play around Predict here? Or sorry, Veil, I mean. I guess we do. So I'm going to Predict at some point here. Fetch on their upkeep. It's not good. Boxed in. So I worry about Leopold here. If they drop Leovold, we have to like get lucky. Or I guess Thoughtseize wouldn't be very nice of them. I haven't seen any discard. Okay, Strix is about as happy as we can be. Okay, I'm going to predict in response, actually. Just because I kind of want this predict to resolve, and there's no reason to give them another card. Okay, so if they break on lands here, it's pretty good. It's not entirely obvious that we can afford to just jam Doomsday here. So let's edge. Oh, sorry, not edge. Ponder and look for a piece of disruption. This is really annoying. You gotta suspect they have a pitch counter, right? So, you know what? Let's go like this and draw the Pyroblast and pass, and hopefully we'll be able to set something exciting up next turn. And Pyroblast lets us counter Leovold at least. Yeah, we let them get DAC. Yeah, they can have DAC. Sure. So we have a polluted Delta on top. I think I'm going to brainstorm end of turn. Them having access to Veil is still a pretty big deal here, because like Veil really, messes us up. So if we Thoughtseize them, for instance, and they have Veil, then like, yeah, we can't Pyroblast. Okay, so now they can't Veil us. Wow. Okay, come on. Now this is our window of opportunity. Okay, I'm gonna brainstorm. Okay, put back Doomsday. Put back brainstorm, I think, just in case they surgical us here or something. Okay, so we can Doomsday will have access to 2 mana, and then we can is there a way we get actually let's so we can cast Doomsday, then we have to factor that they have 1, so we Pyroblast. You know what, I think we can also just Thoughtseize them here. You know what, we can't actually. Ooh, double trophy? So if they trophy us twice next turn after we Doomsday, but that shouldn't be necessary. We can win here, right? So let's take the Force of Will. Okay, now I have to think fast because time is a thing here. This should be, now if we actually had the LED, it wouldn't be a problem at all. So maybe we can't win actually, because we would need to, we brainstorm into 2 petals, and then we also get... Now we edge into predict. Where's predict? We edge into predict. We then brainstorm into 2 petals and Thassa. And then we put back like Thassa Ponder. No, that's not good enough either. Oh, I'm going to lose this. Can't believe it. I'm going to lose to the clock. So hang on. Let's get the... let's make these 2 petals into like a snow-covered island and a petal. We go like this. I'm rushing here because the prediction probably shouldn't be here. So let's put back put Thassa on the bottom, Cairn of Souls, then Lotus Petal, Snow-Covered Island, and predict. Oh, I should have cast one of my cantrips. Oh, that's so bad. Oh my god, I am sweating bullets here. I can't believe it's come down to this clock. This is such a good spot to be in. They have Cling to Dust. I needed to factor that in. Good thing I didn't go for the Bindi, the Thassa. They could go like take Dak up. They do on themselves. Okay, sounds good. Bin Coatl, bin a trophy, I guess. Okay, bin Uru, bin a trophy. Cast Ponder, sure. Oh man. So we draw, if nothing happens, we draw predict. I think I put petal, I can't even remember. They don't shuffle. I guess you have to think they have like Pyroblast or something. So they're considering whether or not to trophy us. I hope they do. No, what's this? 4 mana, is it Cling? Surely not. Uru, okay, sure. I can't remember the predict. Fuck. Okay, let's brainstorm. I should have edged first. That was bad. Come on. Force of will. Okay, let's put back Brainstorm and Ponder. Brainstorm and Ponder. No, it was Ponder, right? Come on. No, 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 no. Tell me I won. No! No! Oh, that is just the most disgusting thing ever. Oh my god. Damn. I forgot I had to also pass on the fucking trigger. That is unbearable. Well, you only have yourself to thank when you lose to the clock, I think. So that's a loss. And that means I'm out of contention, I think. Can't believe it. Oh well. Nothing to be done. So I'm going to take a short break to cool myself, and I'll be back for the next round. All right, back for round number 6. And, yeah, I'll keep this on the draw. It's sort of not amazing, not terrible, this hand. Not sure what I'm up against. Oh, they revealed a companion. Revealed Urion, okay. Urion Snow, I guess. So, trying to work out how exactly I'm supposed to recover mentally from that loss that I just took. But yeah, it is what it is. I should have played faster. I should have talked less. I think if I had remembered that there was a trigger that I had to also sort of pass priority on the trigger, I think I could have nailed it. Like I could have just gotten there, but yeah, I didn't. So it is what it is. And I'm gonna keep going until I'm X3, I think, because there are some pretty sweet prizes for down to top 32. Okay, I'm gonna ponder here and not brainstorm and keep open Pyroblast. Don't think this is what we want. We want Doomsday. Force of Will is okay. Like, if we can draw Doomsday in the next, like, on our next turn, then we're sort of sitting pretty sweet. Sunray. This is Mentor. Teferi. Teferi is going to get Pyroblasted. So I think this means I'm going to brainstorm because I want the Thassa's Oracle out of my hand. There was a Doomsday, that's nice. Let's put back Thassa. Probably put back Unearth. And then just sort of hope that Force plus Days next turn is good enough. Actually, what we can do is we can put Force in the pile, and then we can preordain into that Force to have Force Days. Yeah, I think that's where we want to be at. We might need to fight over this, by the way. That looks like we don't. So let's put Force of Will on top. Then Predict. Then Thassa. Then Unearth. Then Petal in case we need somehow. Like theoretically we wouldn't need a Petal, right? We could make this a Daze. But then if we no, like it would take them having back to basics or something, and in that case we're kind of boned anyways. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's put Days on the bottom, then Unearth, then Thassa, then Predict, then Force of Will. And we just have to remember not to tap Badlands when we cast Predict. So things that could be troublesome here is like, I guess Teferi. Like no, when I say troublesome, then I mean things that need to get force willed. It's like Teferi, Jace, I guess. I'm not sure what I'm up against. Some sort of Yurion control deck. Okay, so let's tap correctly and cast this. Thassa's Oracle. So if they can beat this like Force Days, then they deserve to win. Yeah. Okay. Cool beans. So looks like my computer's lagging quite a bit. I might need to reset. So let's bring in the lands. Let's bring in the green spells. Let's bring in the pyroblasts. Let's lose some number of dazes. Let's lose a couple of dark rituals. Let's lose a petal. Let's lose the Strix. Let's lose the LED. I think we lose Cabal Therapy. All right. So I think the card I'm most afraid of out of them is probably actually Deafening Silence. Okay, this is a very nice hand. I'm going to keep this for sure. And they keep as well. So if they were to drop a turn 1 Deafening Silence, Aether Vial, okay, so I guess it's like Esper Vial. I think I'm supposed to counter this actually. So I'm not going to drop turn 1 Carpet. I'm going to Ponder instead. No. No, thank you. That was good. Astrolabe, sure. Again, I feel like I'm getting punished bringing in this Carpet here. Wow. So if we were to draw a Dark Writ or a Petal, I'm just slam dunk going for this Doomsday. Okay, we don't. Let's get Badlands and cast Preordain. Drawing none of those. Come on. That's annoying. Yeah, let's Pyroblast. Milling Mage, hope they don't have Veil. Yeah, that was bad. Feel good about like them not having the Aether Vial, but so I guess we're supposed to bring in Massacre, right? Come on. Need a green source to cast this Carpet. Need any land, I guess. Coatl is fine. Yeah, playing against Aether Vial especially out of a blue deck, I think it's like it feels terrible. They have 2 Quaddles? Okay. You know, that's twice the clock, but not going to fight over that. They're going to put Urion into their hand, I guess. Time Reveler. We have to fight, because our Force in our days just become instantly dead if he's in play. Okay. So we dropped to 15, which means Doomsday now will drop us to 7. Come on, land. Don't tell me they have Pyroblast. That would be nuts. Okay, I'm going to play the land. I'm going to play the carpet. And then I'm going to, if that resolves, I'm going to pass the turn. And hope to not die. Oh, no! Okay, now I'm just messing up. Wow, that was so bad. Yeah, I kind of got my brain short-circuited there. Because you need to, like, play the carpet and then, you know, move to your next main phase in order to trigger it. So that was bad. That was very bad. Recruiter, I guess get Middling Mage. And then we have to hope to get like another Pyroblast. Yeah. Because I assume they're going to name Doomsday. Plus now we can't... We could theoretically Doomsday and pass, but we would have like... Okay, hang on. I'm going to do this right. Okay, so it feels like they have interaction, right? They paused for a long time. I'm going to brainstorm first. So we draw the Pyroblast. So let's pass to the main phase, just in order to not lose like something stupid like a Spell Pierce. We could also be supposed to wait until their turn. Oh wait, they had three islands. I missed the basic one. Playing really poorly. So we could have made Doomsday. We could have gone like Pyroblast Doomsday, but yeah. Could be we were supposed to wait with this Pyroblast because what's to stop them from? So next turn they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They still can't Urion. Okay, let's see here if they have an answer for this. They did. Alright, let's pass. Someone died. Oko. So we're gonna have to have this brainstorm be really good. That's pretty decent. Another Meddling Mage, I guess, naming Pyroblast. I think that's us then. Because I didn't bring in anything else. No, just Doomsday. Okay. Well, we're looking very bad here. No, let's not trigger this yet. Let's I guess cycle this and draw with Brainstorm. Yeah, now we're out. Okay, so I don't think we probably want the carpets here. And I think we do want Massacre. I also kind of like to be fast. So let's bring in the Dark Rituals, bring in the LED, sorry, not the LED, but the Petal. So what do we take out? Probably the Veil. I don't feel like we need 6 sort of 1 mana counter spells. And I didn't see a Wasteland in any of these games, did I? No. So maybe they don't. I think I saw Julian Knob play. I don't think it was a Urion list, but they had he had like 1 or 2 Wastelands. But I think maybe I'm just going to. Actually, hang on. I'm on 0 green cards, so let's board out the Trop. And what do we shave as the last card? Probably a Duress. Yeah, let's try this and hope to get them early. Meddling Mage is a card that actually can beat Cavern of Souls, right? So that's a little bit annoying and something to be aware of. Good thing is it's probably pretty likely that they will put a Plains into play because they'll be playing around Carpet of Flowers. I think we keep this even though it's a little bit risky, but you know, the one-lander risk getting Brainstorm locked, but we're pretty close to having a very good hand here, and we have Brainstorm to fix it and protection and stuff, so they keep 7 as well. So let's hope I'm not wrong about them not having Wastelands. And Tundra. Okay, there's a Plains. Yeah, I'm gonna daze this. I'm not gonna Brainstorm because I don't want to get Brainstorm locked. Maybe I should have. I'd drawn Dark Ritual. Okay. I think I'm supposed to force there. Oh, sorry, to daze there. I mean, like I said, the Ether Vial can get really scary. So I'm gonna Brainstorm here. Put back Unearth. Put back a Preordain, I think. Underground Sea, because we want to cast a cantrip here, and we want to be able to make black next turn. Okay, that was good. So I think if we take both of these, we don't have to worry about Ponder, right? I mean, does it matter? Do we need the Petal? Yeah, because with the Petal we have Xaxes to predict on the same turn. So yeah, let's put both on the top and pass. And then just really would be awesome if they tap out next turn. Can you please do that, opponent? I would love that if that happened. Quaddle. Yep. So my worry here is that they are going to drop a land, tap 2 of their 3 lands, and play Meddling Mage. Okay, Astrolabe. So now I don't mind them playing Meddling Mage, because then Daze is really good, but okay, gonna Daze. Alright, this is it. If they have double interaction, we lose. If they don't, we win. Alright. Okay, they force Pitch Brainstorm. Let's force Pitch Ponder and hope they don't have another force and they don't have Surgical Extraction. Because I am going to go for the win here rather than letting them untap. Okay, so Street Wraith will cycle into Predict. Predict will target Thassa. Or name Thassa rather. I'll draw Unearth. I'll draw Edge of Autumn and a Petal, I guess. Yeah, we made the land drop. Right? And then we just accept that we will lose to a Surgical Extraction or another Force of Will. If we hadn't had to Daze before, we could have made Cavern of Souls the last card in case they were like getting cute and waiting, like sandbagging the force. But seeing as they decided to fight with force here, stands to reason they don't have another force. So I think it's just Surgical Extraction, Mind Break Trap at this point. Okay, spin, project, get the Thassa, name Thassa, draw Edge, LED, Edge and Petal, I mean, and yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's put Petal on the bottom, then Unearth. Doing it in that order, just it's more of a sort of motor, like automotor skills kind of thing, where if something goes wrong, you want the more relevant card to be the one you draw first. It probably doesn't really apply here, so don't really worry about it. Or I should probably not worry about it. Alright, so Edge of Autumn, then Thassa, and then Predict. It seems like they have F6, so I'm hoping for that. Thassa's Oracle. Sweet. Got there. All right. All right, how much time do we have? We should have plenty of time. I think I'm going to restart my computer, and I will be back for round number 7, I guess. All right, back here with round number 7, up against Julian Knob, and I won the die roll, sitting at 4-2. Yeah, gonna choose Beyond the Play. I think Julian is on Esper Vial, and with that being the case, I don't think this hand is, sadly, it's not very keepable. This is slightly better, so I'm going to keep. And I restarted my computer between rounds because it felt like it was like really dragging. But it still kind of feels that way, so hopefully this recording makes it. Last time this happened to me after a while, it got really bad, but I just kept on going, because I was in the middle of, that was also a challenge. And then when I went back to check the recording, it was like all messed up, like the picture didn't, like the screen hadn't been recorded properly, sorry. So, Mr. Julian is taking a bit of time here. So here, obviously, I feel like saying the thing to do is bottom the Thassa's Oracle. What's much less obvious, I think, is the turn 1 play. So, if they have Aether Vial, then nabbing that with a Duress is going to be worth a lot. Although we could Daze it, but then we set ourselves back a turn. I think we need to Preordain, though, because we need to hit more. We need to be hitting our land drops, I think, and to be digging for more cantrips or Doomsday. So I think it's going to be Preordain, and then let's keep this, and then hopefully not get wastelanded or not like die horribly. And they mulligan to 5. Oh, this world where everything is so politically correct. Like I keep saying they, I've just made it a habit when I'm talking about my opponent, but I actually know that Julian is a him. So, but whatever. So Julian keeps 5. Yeah, I think we kind of want both of these. So if it is Esper Vile, then they shouldn't have. So I think like either we double Thoughtseize them here, or we play Baleful Strix, right? I think the most scary thing they could be doing is like turn 2 Middling Mage. But if we duress them here and they Veil, then I think, yeah, no, I think I'm going to duress and then possibly Thoughtseize them. And if they Veil, then I will Daze. If they Brainstorm, do I Daze? Probably. I feel like dazing here. Okay, so what do they have? They have Plow and Teferi, and then they have a Soul Herder. So I'm going to take the Teferi, and then I'm going to probably save. Do I save the Thoughtseize? I mean, probably, right? Because at this point, it feels likely that the Soul Herder isn't really going to do much. Like, if they get to a point where Soul Herder matters, then I'll probably be dead anyways. And seeing as we lost our Daze and our Duress, if they top deck a Force of Will at any time, then that's kind of what we want to be going for with the Thoughtseize. Now, I still think I play the Baleful Strix. Although, you know, now Baleful Strix also pitches the Force of Will, but I think I need to get going, for lack of a better expression, and the Thoughtseize also does that that job. It like disrupts them. Okay, so they're thinking a lot here. We know they have one unknown. I mean, if they want to trade Plow for Strix, that's fine. But yeah, no, let's hold on a second. I guess the Force protects us from like a top decked Meddling Mage. Like, we have one out to Meddling Mage in game 1, and that's the one of like Pyroblast. So that's not really, you know, something we want. That's not, yeah. I mean, it's something we want if they have Meddling Mage, but it's not something we want to rely on. Okay, so I'm gonna take Underground Sea, I think, even in spite of that. Just because if they do hit a Wasteland, then we want access to both blue and black. Okay. That's fine. Charming Prince, so what they get to scry? 2, that's pretty good actually. So, but I'm not gonna fight over Charming Prince. So that was probably, oh, they choose to gain life? Wait, what? Why would you choose? Oh, okay, yeah. Chilling is saying a lot. Alright. Dark Ritual. So, I guess I'm gonna Thoughtseize them here. Or should I? Should I just not do anything? They could have drawn like another Teferi, and then just are struggling for land. I think maybe it's better to hold on to the Force of Will. Sorry, to the Thoughtseize. There's a Caracas. So now the Soul Herder becomes big whenever a creature is exiled from battle. At the beginning, exile a creature you control, then... You know what, I think I'm supposed to daze this, actually, which now makes me feel like I should have Thoughtseized it out of his hand. Interesting games. So... Okay, I'm actually going to take the Source of Plowshares because that card actually has text against this. Peacekeeper does not. So if we could just draw like a cantrip or a Doomsday, that'd be nice. Yep. I think we can't fight over this now. We still have 2 turns. Oh, jeez. Well, now we have 1 turn, right? Because now it's going to tick up to 1. And once it ticks up to 2, then Meddling Mage on 2, like Meddling Mage in response to whatever, is just going to be lethal. But still, I mean, I don't know, maybe I was supposed to... Come on, something. It's not exactly nothing, but it's pretty bad. Okay. We were looking so good, and now they have Violent 2. And once they get to Violent 3, you know, Recruiter, all that jazz, well, their hand is Peacekeeper and 1 unknown. I'm gonna try to just not draw land here. Okay, cool. So I guess, question is if it matters in terms of like the dark rituals. So if I use 1 dark ritual, then I am actually able to both hard cast Force of Will, pitching the 2nd dark ritual, and cast Daze on their turn, although, or on our turn I guess, but then we wouldn't be doing that. Is having the Scalding Tarn worth anything? Like, are we going to put a land in the pile? I don't think so, right? Okay, I'm going to fetch Volcanic, and I'm going to be putting a Pyroblast in the pile in case they do hit Meddling Mage. So I'm going to use 1 Dark Ritual here, I think. Or does it matter? I think it won't matter. So if they have Flusterstorm here, it's kind of embarrassing, but I'm gonna assume they don't. So we could also put like Cabal Therapy in our pile, but I think Meddling Mage, Pyroblast is just better because they each like run as 1 mana. The only thing about the only place where Pyroblast won't work, I think, is if they violin Meddling Mage naming Predict. But I think it would be much more likely that they name either Unearth or Thassa's Oracle. Okay, so let's see. We want the Predict, and we want Thassa's Oracle, and we want Unearth. We want a Pyroblast, and I guess we want an Edge of Autumn. So how does that look? We draw Predict, we predict Thassa, we draw Unearth and Edge, and then we edge into Pyroblast. How does it look for mana? We have 4. We have a lot of mana, so that should be fine. So yeah, I guess we do it like this. And hope they don't have something too scary to come in off of 2 here. Like a random Revoker on Edge of Autumn would be like really annoying, but yeah. So they are looking at our exiled pile. I guess they are able to piece together that there is a Force of Will either in our hand or in the pile. And ditto on a Daze. And I'm not sure how familiar they are with yeah, actually they should be able to... No, not actually anything. And we're not going to attack. We're going to pass. Okay, so they didn't have Meddling Mage then. I don't think so, at least. If they take this up to 3, then I'm sure they don't have Meddling Mage. Take it up to 3. So I guess that could mean like Sanctum Prelate or Flicker Wisp. None of which... I guess Sanctum Prelate naming 2 or 1 would be like pretty detrimental to us. Okay, so here's what they could have. They could have Recruiter of the Guard. So we force this Meddling Mage, and then they recruit her for another one, but if that's the case, then, you know, whatever. I don't think it matters. They can't have force now because we know there's a Peacekeeper in their hand. So, yeah. If they have Recruiter, like, there's a reason they take this up to 3 and didn't violin. I guess they must have drawn Meddling Mage for the turn. Or they would have made, I don't know, I guess it's hard to say exactly what was going on over there. I think while I'm sideboarding for this, I will go grab a beer. I feel like I need a beer. It's like almost 11 p.m. here, so it's a little bit late for that, but I feel like I deserve one. Okay, so let's actually, let us go like this. I'm only going to play out the 1 Dark Ritual, I think. Just because we can always cast a second one if we need the mana, and it's nice for them not to know what's in our hand. I hope there isn't something that I'm just completely missing that's not on my radar. Something that like forces me to draw a card. Okay. So I think I want some pyroblasts. I think I want massacre. I think I probably want these red dudes. And I think I might want Cavern of Souls. That's a lot of cards to bring in. I think I don't want the Baleful Strix. I don't want the Therapy. I don't want the Duress. I can probably do without Predict. Maybe this is like maybe 4 Pyroblasts is too many when we also have Braid and Goblin Crater Maker. Yeah, maybe it is actually a bit too much. Maybe we can go like this, because I don't expect to be facing like Thalia. Actually, I might be wrong on that. They might have Thalia in the sideboard to bring in, but yeah. Maybe we cut a Daze being on the draw and go like this. And I submitted it and I'm just gonna run and grab a beer. Okay. Alright, back. I'm gonna pour myself a beer. There's this new Danish movie coming out. I seen it titled as Another Round by Thomas Vinterberg. And it's supposedly about these sort of guys that decide to test this, philosophy that we were born with like 0.5 blood alcohol percentage too little, and that if you're on just a tiny buzz all the time, everything is great, which is a little bit silly, but yeah. I'm just mentioning that because I'm pouring myself a beer, and normally I wouldn't play Doomsday. I wouldn't want to play Doomsday while drunk, but yeah. And I'm not going to be drunk. Anyways, okay, so do we keep this? It's really awkward. I think I'm going to mulligan. And I'm going to keep this. Oh, yeah. I'm going to bottom the cavern. So really don't want to see Vile from them. I'm having this lovely Yakima IPA beer. Or Yakima, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. The label says it was brewed on passion, so yeah. Or brewed with passion, I suppose you translate that. Okay, so this is one of those hands that is just awesome. Now it's not so awesome. I think we let this go. I hope to draw like a land. LED. Stupid LED. Should have boarded that out. Okay. So we want Cavern of Souls, and we want Thassa, and we want Volcanic Island, and we want... Do we want another Pyroblast? I think one Pyroblast and the Forceful backup should be enough to like kill their Meddling Mage, which might actually name like Unearth, but we'll see. So how does this work? We draw the Volcanic Island, and we pass. Then we draw Predict. No, that's no good. No good. So this is going to be passing the turn quite a few times. So let's like draw Volcanic Island, draw Pyroblast, draw Edge of Autumn, I guess. So we will draw the Pyroblast and pass. Sorry, I mean draw the Volcanic and pass. Then we will... So with this, like, we're a little bit vulnerable to Wasteland now with this pile. And they're going to see that the Unearth is there, which is annoying. So they'll know not to name Unearth with the Meddling Mage. So with this we are actually going to be passing once, twice, 3, 4 times, which is a lot. So maybe we're supposed to make this Pyroblast a fetch land. How does that work? So we draw the fetch land, then we draw Edge, then we pass and draw Thassa, and then yeah, that's one less time we have to pass, but then we only have one Pyroblast. But I think I like that. So let's put Volcanic on the bottom, then Thassa, then Cavern, then like this, like this. Now time will pass where they are looking at our deck, our exiled deck. So they don't know that we have Cavern, but it could certainly be on their radar. I'll pass. Okay. I really hope they aren't able to put down Giver of Runes or Mother of Runes. I'm not sure if they play those cards, because then suddenly we lose. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. I don't think they play those cards, but okay. I guess they don't, or they didn't have them. So Teferi, huh? So we're gonna fight over Teferi. And we're going to pass. And hope they don't have Meddling Mage and Force of Will. Sure. Just not Leon and Arbiter. I'll cry. Okay, Belfastrix. A-okay. Okay, leave it at 2. So another Teferi. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to Pyroblast. Ooh. That's a shame. That means that Meddling Mage now beats us. Although, no, we can still beat Meddling Mage if they don't have Force of Will, because I fetch on their end step. At which point, no, never mind. They can still violate it on my upkeep. But if they let me get to my draw step, which surely they won't. Here comes the mage. Bummer. So we actually lost that wasteland. Yeah, okay. And now they know, they don't know about the cavern, so that's good. But they know everything else. They know the massacre is there. So if I had put Massacre instead of Pyroblast and made the volcanic, yeah. I think I want Daze. And I think maybe I don't want. I think maybe Goblin Crater Maker is just too slow. How about that? I'm in the market for like fast Doomsdays, hey? Not like getting to turn 3 to play and activate a Crater Boy. So I wonder like what the odds are in this matchup. Like I remember reading and listening to Julian and seeing the deck on the stream and feeling like pretty terrified about playing against this deck. But I think like the fast draws out of our deck are pretty good. Oh, you know what? I should have brought out the LED. Shoot. Well, I guess maybe maybe I'm being too harsh on LED. I'm not sure. Like I don't know how many Force of Wills they're running. So I'm not sure if they like if I'm supposed to go for a turn 1 that has like Brainstorm, Dark Ritual Doomsday, and Land Petal. That kind of thing. Okay, let's choose to be on the play. Let's choose to be on the mulligan, huh? Oh, this is bad. This is so bad. But I think we keep this nonetheless and bottom the pedal. I mean, it's really good if we just like naturally draw Doomsday on our second turn. Oops, what am I doing? No turn one vial. That's good. Let's go like this. No reason to play into Wasteland if we don't have to. I'm not liking this. There were like 2 cards up on us because they were on the draw, and I feel like just being like draw go all the time is gonna favor them. So, are we gonna go Wastelanding? Feels... actually, am I supposed to daze here? Feel like I don't think daze is getting a lot better. Likely I just play into the Wasteland now. Come on, Doomsday, 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 or cantrip, Doomsday or cantrip. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna cycle the Unearth. Wow. Drawing kind of poorly. If they hit like another Wasteland, then that's just it, right? I think I'm gonna just, oops, power blast this, not let it enter the battlefield. If they force this, that's probably pretty good for me. Yeah, okay. Double Wasteland here would take us off one of our colors. Yep. They missed their land drop, okay. Do they? No, okay, Ponder. That was good. So, we have to wait a turn. So let's actually draw like this. And I hope I don't get like wastelanded again. Sure. The Strix. Come on, no wasteland. Good. Alright. Hopefully we can resolve this Doomsday here. Force of Will pitching Venser. Do we force or do we pyroblast? Like, what's more valuable to us? I think we pyroblast. So we have the mana this turn, and we don't like lose the card. What'd they pitch? Venser. Okay. Okay, so again, like they didn't wasteland us this turn, and they would have wastelanded us if they had a wasteland because they haven't used their mana, unless they were like somehow super careful playing around days. So we want the Cavern and we want the Thassa. And I think we want the Pyroblast. And like a Petal in case they, yeah, we need a Petal. How about an Edge of Autumn? Maybe I'm being too careful here, but like that's how I lost last turn, right? So we want to be able to, so how does this work? We just have to like raw draw 4 times. So we draw Pyroblast, then we draw Cavern, then we draw Petal, then we draw Edge. I mean, they only have like Baleful Strix. We'll be at 9. How badly does it suck to pass this many times, though? So maybe we're supposed to once more not have Pyroblast, but like Street Wraith. So Street Wraith. So we pass, they do something, we draw Street Wraith. Then we pass, they do something, we draw Edge of Autumn. And then depending on what's going on, we can like Street Wraith. Now I guess then again, we get to the point where we want to cut the Street Wraith, cut the Petal, put in Scalding Tarn, put in Snow-Covered Island. Is that it? Is that our play? So we draw Scalding Tarn, then we draw Edge, then we draw Cavern, then we win. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. This feels like the same as last time, only they don't have Vial now, which is pretty big. So let's put Snow-Covered Island on the bottom, then Thassa, Cavern, Edge, Tarn. And pass. Suppose if push I suppose we could also end up like brainstorming if need be. I think Julian has like spent the most amount of time out of his clock like looking at my exile pile. I think that like almost anyways, right? Like I cast Doomsday in all 3 games so far. Alright. Let's hope I'm not dead. Like the alternative was making a predict pile that just almost auto loses to Chalice, not Chalice, to Wasteland. Okay, so what do we do here? Like if it's Teferi, we just have to force. It's like not even a thing. If it's Soul Herder, what's this? Painful Truths. I mean, yeah, I guess that's pretty bad. Pretty bad for us to have them draw 3. Hopefully they didn't have Wasteland. They did not, and they don't have a vial. So, depending on what happens next turn, there is a world where we win on next turn because we can brainstorm, like if we don't have to force pitch brainstorm. But they could have Venser, remember? And if they do have Venser, then we probably lose. Another, oh, recruit, okay. Did they play a land? Yeah, no. They have not played a land. But that's probably fine. Like, they'll get Meddling Mage. We will abrade. Then if they have force, we will force back. And if they have force again, then we're dead. And if not, then we might be dead anyways because they might be able to get a second Meddling Mage. And without the brainstorm, we don't have like a second. Like we have to pass one more time. That's my point. Maybe this isn't clear cut for them. Like, if they don't have another land, then I'm not sure what they are getting here, but so our deck is Edge of Autumn, Cavern of Souls, Thassa, and then Island. Meddling Mage. Are they passing here? So, if we brainstorm here, don't we just win? I think we do, right? Hang on, let's see. We brainstorm, that draws us down to 3 cards, and we draw for the turn down to 2 cards, and we edge down 1 card, and yeah. So unless they force this brainstorm, which I hope they don't. Okay, they do. Or do they? They do, okay. Baleful Strix. So there's a world. So there's a world where we crack the fetch and then Edge of Autumn and hope that we hit Thassa and that they then don't have another Force of Will. Right? If they have another Force of Will, then we're going to lose regardless because then a Braid, gets forced on their Meddling Mage. This just gives them one less draw step if we do hit it. Okay, pretty big risk to run here, but if they have the force, they have it. I don't think they have 1 mana black or blue removal. They might have the force and are just like wondering if I'm just looking at my Excel pile to see if I actually have like a blue card to pitch to the force. Ooh, we get it! Sweet! They have Force of Negation and Meddling Mage, so this actually worked. Whew. All right. Wow, that was intense. Okay, I'm gonna pause before the last round, and I'll see you then. All right, back with round number 8, and I'm playing against Marcus, my friend from Sweden, and I get this hand, and I'm on the play. I can't keep this hand. I think Marcus is likely playing Miracles. Marcus is a Miracles master. So we're going to keep this and we're going to ship one of the Brainstorms. I would be surprised. The only other deck I know Marcus to be playing is what do you call it? High Tide. So don't think he'll be playing this today. Okay, that was bad. We want Disruption. We want Daze or Force of Will because we want to go turn 2 Doomsday. So let's dig for that. We don't hit. I think. Yeah, we go like this. And we Underground Sea. Go for. Go for Preordain. Bottom both, yikes. Duress is fine if we draw another land that makes black mana, otherwise not so much. I hope I don't get turn 2 counterbalanced here. Okay, I don't. Marcus plays Miracles with Predict, which is kind of tricky for us. So, it's a very good question. What do we do here, right? I think we Duress here first. They can't veil us, and okay, so yikes. 4 cards that all matter against us. So let's take a Force of Will and play a land and pass. That's potentially pretty tricky to beat. There's a Flooded Strand. Right, that's trouble, right? We have to fight over this. They will fight back, but hopefully we can resolve the Doomsday. What they pitch. So they keep their Predict, which makes sense as Predict can sort of make life difficult for us. We draw Baleful Strix. Not really what we want. Let's see if this pedal resolves. Counterspell. Okay. It's not going to make things easier. But let's cast Doomsday. And they'll have to either let it happen, which I think they will, because them drawing the counterspell is like really strong. Okay, nope. So we know their hand, so they can't interact with the top of their deck, and they reveal a Plow. So that's good. That means that Plow is on top of their deck. So let's actually, how about if we were to like draw Volcanic Island and then Strix into Pyroblast, and then we can, how many lands do we have then? We have enough lands, so we can go like Edge, Street Wraith, Thassa, and that of course runs the risk. Well, that doesn't factor into their Predict, right? So let's say we draw the Volcanic and we Strix. We draw Pyroblast. Let's say they Predict us on Pyroblast. So Pyroblast is binned. Then we draw like Edge. And then Edge into... I think the problem is we'll need them to, we'll need to play around this plow. So Pyroblast. Pyroblast, Volcanic, and then Edge, Thassa, and Unearth. I think that needs to be the pile, and I expect to lose, honestly. So we'll put Unearth on the bottom. And we'll put Thassa and Edge, Pyroblast, and Volcanic. So they'll be drawing the plow, so they have no play except to like make a land drop, and then fortunately they don't have a fetch land, so they can't really like manipulate the top of their deck too much. There's the Volk. So question is, when do they fire off their predict? Let's try this for size, see what they draw. They can predict themselves, obviously, for value. Sanctuary, okay. I think we're supposed to Pyroblast them, right? So this says enters the battlefield untapped, blah blah blah. They'll get, so they can predict me, and then they can predict me again, right? But then they're not drawing. I think that's okay. I think, yeah, I think we do this. They can predict themselves here, but if that happens, then I'm probably also okay with that. They get to cycle once and have to hope to hit. A 1-drop, which is probably, you know, the second most likely thing to hit after a 0-drop, but still. So they do predict who? Who do they predict? Themselves, right? No, they predict me. Okay. So they get to do that thing where they predict me twice. So they name Street Wraith. Whew, close call, huh? So there's a 0-drop, which means they'll be drawing that Flooded Strand, which means they can put Predict back on top. And so on our draw step, we will draw... Oh, that's actually pretty bad. If they... Yeah, no, they got us now. If they think it through, they can fetch Mystic Sanctuary off this Flooded Strand on, and then put Predict back on top. And because they have Plow, that means we can't play out the oh, that's so bad. Yes, death by 1,000 cuts, right? Because now we draw the Thassa. Oh, actually, never mind. We win. I forgot. Beautiful, because we have Strix. Because Strix Devotion means 1. I got this, right? Unless they drew a force, or am I? Yeah, okay, never mind. We got this. Ha! Oh, Baleful Strix. Alright, so we want Pyroblast. We want Cavern of Souls. We probably want Carpet, and we might want Veil of Summer. Whoops. With all of this, do we want Force of Will even? I think we don't want Baleful Strix. I think also, like, this card is kind of weak. I think a couple of Dazes can come out, if not all 4, to be honest. And maybe like a Dark Writ and a Petal. Something like this. I think I like this. Whew, can't believe I beat that Counterbalance. Beating Counterbalance is always very nice, but also very scary. Yeah, we keep this. Bauble, right. Yeah, I forgot Marcus likes playing with Bauble and Predict. Bauble targets himself, so he has a fetch land. Did not like what he was going to draw. Fair enough. So I'm going to play Scalding Tarn to keep open Pyroblast for the counterbalance. I really do not expect Marcus to play into that, but I mean, he might, and at that point it might matter like a great deal, so. Okay. All right, let's ponder. I think we want these. And then next turn we're going to draw the Delta and hopefully be able to like Dark Ritual, Doomsday, and have both Pyroblast and Veil of Summer up. So yeah, just hoping that I'm not going to get like counterbalanced here. No, I'm not. Okay. So how do we lose this counter war? So if Marcus has Flusterstorm, so if we go Dark Ritual Doomsday, if Marcus goes Force, then we go Pyroblast, then Marcus goes Flusterstorm, then we Veil. I think that's what we need to do. So the problem here is I think we need to fetch, I don't know. Yeah, let's fetch out both the off-color duels. I mean, it's pretty big giveaway. We need to fetch before Doomsday anyways. and I'm not sure we could have waited with Pyroblast, but I think we need. Yeah, no, I don't know. Okay. So I think Marcus knows that I like Cavern of Souls, so I don't think he can let this resolve. Okay, I'm gonna Pyro. So if I Pyroblast here and he forces again, then that's fine. If I Pyroblast here and he flusters, that's when Veil is the best. I think, yeah, I can't be Veiling first. Alright, interesting. Right. So the thing, no, let's just wait here for a sec. And let's remember that Marcus is drawing off of his bauble. Yikes, okay. Ooh, intense. So I think we're going to win this war unless he dug into double force. And double blue. No, he can't, right? Because he's putting back 2 cards. So he'd have to like draw into like force and Flusterstorm. But he's letting this resolve, it seems. Or what? No, never mind. That was just because I'm the active player. Okay, it resolves. Okay, so we want Cavern and we want Thassa, and we want to not lose to predict. So let's put in Edge, and let's actually ponder on this turn. So actually no, we can both ponder in Street Wraith, so we can get down to 3 cards. And then if Marcus predicts us, so do we put in the Unearth and the Force of Will? Is that it? Yeah, let's do it like that. So I'll put Thassa on the bottom together with or actually, is that how we almost lost last turn? Yeah, no, let's do it like that. And Unearth, Edge, Force of Will. And I think I'm just going to Street Wraith into that Force right now. And the question is if we want to cast... Like, I think we pre-ordain here too, because I think that means we win next turn. We can still Force here. It means leaving down Veil, or putting down Veil. Marcus might have like a Pyroblast here, and if you Pyroblast, then that's fine. Marcus is thinking about this very hard. I'm sure because he has Pyroblast in hand. So the top of our deck is what was it? We're 4 cards. Shit. So I put like Thassa on the bottom, then oh, wow, okay. I'm definitely fine with that. So I guess it's Edge. Is that it? Is Edge my top card? Mystic Sanctuary, sure. Putting what? Brainstorm, fine. So Marcus will draw Brainstorm. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm gonna force here, and Marcus will Pyroblast, right? But I have to force because otherwise my force is dead. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so my deck is Unearth, Thassa, Veil. No, Veil, Unearth, Cavern, Thassa. So I could edge into Unearth. I could then Cavern. Yeah, no, I just have to pass here. I'm feeling a little uneasy. Brainstorm, sure. So I think I was going to say I'm supposed to Veil and at end of turn regardless, but no, I think I'm supposed to save my Veil for next turn in case Marcus has Predict. If Marcus has Predict, it gets kind of messy, right? Because I'm going to, so let's say I'll draw Unearth, and then I will Veil. And then if Marcus predicts in response, then my Cavern goes into the graveyard and I draw Thassa. But then, yeah, then it's not the best. And the thing is, I can't Veil too late, right? So here, let's say I Veil. Marcus shuffled. Oh, this is so bad. I'm like, it's a rock and a hard place, right? Because now Veil doesn't work against Predict anymore, right? I think I just have to pass. So hang on. So I can Edge of Autumn. No, hang on. Wait. I Edge of Autumn, tapping a blue mana here. And then I cycle. The only way that loses is if he has actual Predict. Because then I can't protect myself. But I still think... am I supposed to do that? So let's say I don't do that, but I pass. And then he does nothing or cantrips and passes, and then I draw my Cavern. Then I'm still like... So Veil of Summer says, draw a card if an opponent has cast a blue or black spell this turn. So if I start out with Veil, and then Marcus casts Predict, then Predict resolves, I bin a card, then Veil will resolve and it will look and it will see that an opponent has cast a blue. So I think I just have to hope he doesn't have Predict. That's sort of where I am. So let's go like this and cycle Unearth. Oh my god, he has Predict. He has it, doesn't he? He's hesitating here, thinking if this is the right spot. Now I'm priced into it, right? Because if I pass and he has Predict, he'll just Predict me. And then I'll die on my draw step. So we have to hope he doesn't have it, which he likely does. If he does, he has to do it now. So I'm looking over here. Is it going to say paying costs? No. Okay. Phew. Can't have predict now. So now it doesn't matter. Now I'll draw the Thassa off my Edge of Autumn and play Cavern of Souls, and it'll be all she wrote. I'm sorry if this is not the most scintillating Magic. I'm just super tense. This is exciting stuff. This should do it, right? Yeah. Phew. Wow. Crazy games. All right. So, what records do people have? Bunch of 6-2s, so doubt very much I'll be in the top 8. How many 5-2s are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 matches? How does that work? Okay, so 9 matches. There'll be 9 more 6-2s, so. And there are 3 6-1 matches going on right now. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty locked that I'm not getting into top 8 because I lost my first match in round 2, and I lost another one in round, what was it, 5 or 6? And Lynn Chalice, whom I lost to, is on a 5-2 record now, which means that Lynn took another defeat and is about, or is 1 game down. So, yeah. Anyways, I'll be, no, I guess I won't be back if I'm not in top 8, but if this video ends now, you'll know I didn't make top 8. I don't think I'll recap too much now. I feel like the deck. I'm pretty stoked about how the deck performed, and I'm pretty satisfied with my own performance. I had a couple of wobbly plays, especially during an early round against Death and Taxes, but I still got there. And then, very sadly, I died to my timer against Lynn Chalice. So I definitely need to be playing faster, but I think the deck all in all performed well, and yeah. So, alright, I actually ended up staying up just to watch what happened, and I finished 13th, so that's pretty nice. So, thanks a lot for watching, and I will be back at some point. Bye-bye.